Third year on the U.S. ski team. One of my coaches, obviously Ryan cochran-siegle is a mouthful, so he came up with RCS and then tied in like remote control skier from it. So that was kind of his play with it, and then that ended up sticking, I guess.
So do people literally just say to you like, hey, RCS?
Yeah, like I'll be walking down the street and if someone recognizes me, they'll say RCS. And I'm still like, when I'm home in Vermont, I'm more of Ryan, and then like when I'm on the road, RCS, so it's funny when it blends together.
It's a pretty good nickname though, right?
Yeah, I like it. It's so easy, kind of, sometimes they'll sign RCS too. Yeah.
So you've got one Olympics under your belt. Does that make 2022 easier, harder? What does it do?
I think looking at 2018 and now, definitely in a different place in my career. So I think having the pressure taken off in the sense that I've already gone to the Olympics, I understand the event, like what's at stake. That's the relief. I think now knowing I'm in a better place to kind of ski how I want to ski and do how I want to do. There's more pressure in that sense, but I'm definitely just trying to take it one day at a time, take my time, and enjoy the process and see how everything turns out.
What for you? What's the goal?
I think like two sides. I mean, you can quantify it with like winning a medal or winning the Olympics. I'm definitely more sided toward just focusing on my skiing, and I want to go out there and perform my best, perform to the level that I know I can, and that's my kind of inner goal, I would say.
If you do that, then
if
do
I
you
do
think?
That, yeah, if I do that, I believe that I can medal, or I even believe like my top ability is good enough to win the Olympics, but a lot has to come together for that to happen.
How would you describe this last season for you?
It was a roller coaster ride, I would say. It was a lot of fun and came to an abrupt stop a little quicker than I would have hoped. But I think just where I was able to achieve the skiing and where I was able to put my mind on race day, I thought was really what I need to do in order to be successful.
You were on a hot streak, and then January 2021, what happened?
I was definitely riding a lot of confidence with my skiing, and being in Kitzbühel, it's notorious downhill. I mean, it's really, everything's thrown at you there. So trying to just execute my game plan. And I was going there trying to win, trying to do everything that I could. And it just, in the run, kind of 3/4 of the way down, I was pretty close to the finish. I think fatigue set in a little bit and just got a little behind it. And entering the traverse of Kitzbühel, which is this crazy fall away, and just was a little behind my skis, and ended up skis kind of hooked up, and I was going one direction, the course was going the other, and I ended up just kind of T-boning my way into the net. So abrupt end to a really good start to my season.
And it was a pretty bad injury, right?
I think, yes, it was a severe injury, but it wasn't. I was able to, in a sense, walk away from it. And the timeline of it was fairly quick. I had surgery beginning of February and was skiing again in May. So in my eyes, I think it was a pretty easy injury. It's just one of those things that you're walking such a fine line with how severe it could be. It was obviously a fracture in my neck, and whenever you're dealing with your vertebrae and your cervical spine, you want to be very careful with that whole area. So it was a big learning experience, kind of understanding the limits of just who I am and what I can be, and trying to learn from that too. So
was it disappointing? Obviously it was disappointing, but just how did you respond to that? You're on this hot streak and then something like that happens.
It's kind of like before this whole year, I've been through injuries before with my knee. And so I've kind of part of my process is when I'm in the start gate, I don't obviously want to get injured, but I also, before I go, I always have the acceptance of in order to ski to my ability, you have to accept that injury is part of the risk. And being able to do that every single day, I think in a way makes it, when it does go wrong, and through this injury, in a way I've already accepted that could happen. And when it does, then you can kind of just move on from there. that being said, I would like to be healthy and stay healthy.
That's a mindset, isn't it? I mean, it's almost like a fearless mindset you have to have, right?
I think so. I think it's like similar to life in general. Like, you don't know what's going to happen, but you have to put yourself out there in order to give yourself that shot. And I think, yeah, trying to play around with just what type of risk you're comfortable with, and trying to be smart in the situations that you need to be smart in, and then kind of let it kind of go in the other ones, you know?
And that's still going to be your attitude moving forward.
Yeah, I'm trying to be very conscious of what I'm doing on the hill every single day. If there's something that's popping up that seems like maybe it needs to be addressed, then trying to go and address those types of issues, whether it's my skiing or equipment or whatever. But yeah, I want to go out of the start gate feeling close to limitless. I know that there are limits, but understanding that line and not trying to cross that line, but definitely get close to it.
It's a balancing act, right?
Yeah.
Like life. It's described as a minor neck break. That sounds major to me, but how are you feeling right now?
I feel great. I just finished a 5.5 week camp in Europe. I was skiing full speed. And it's funny, I never think about my neck when I'm out on the hill or skiing. It's only when people are asking how I'm doing. So in a way, that's nice, you know? Like, I feel fully healthy. Functionally, I feel 100%. And I think I have to give credit to my surgeon and obviously the team behind me that have helped me get back to where I want to be. There's still a lot of progress to be made, but I feel like I'm in a good place.
After that injury, is there a moment where you think, oh gosh, maybe this is it, maybe I won't ski again?
I think brief moments, I would say. When I was like gathering myself out of immediately after crashing through the net, I was trying to like figure out what was going on. I had this weird sensation in my arm that I wasn't really sure about, and I think there's always that like uncertainty if you don't really know what's going on, that you could be like, oh, maybe that was it. Prior to going under for my surgery itself, I think they say there's like a 1% chance that you could not be walking out of the room. So those are the moments that it's like, oh, this could be scary. But then once I got through surgery, like the surgeon, he felt really good about how everything went, and I think just the way that I healed, it gave me a lot of confidence that I would be back.
Let's go way back in time. How old were you when you started skiing?
I've been told I was 2 years old. I was not old enough to remember it, but that's what my mom says, about 2 years old.
As you say, you don't remember it, right?
No, which makes it so easy, like not having to, easy in the sense that I've always known how to ski, to me, but then hard if I'm trying to teach someone else to ski.
That's interesting. I never thought of that.
Yeah.
So the beginning steps of skiing are something you don't even remember.
Right, exactly. It's just been ingrained in me from the beginning, almost.
It's like walking.
Yeah.
So as far back as you can remember, you've been skiing. Mm-hmm. As far back as you can remember, did you love it?
I think so. Like, it's hard trying to figure out the earliest moments or memories that I have on snow, but I would say they would have been here, like just ripping around, trying to keep up with my older cousins. That's kind of that's how I grew up. And I think there's always a love for learning and getting better, and I think there's just a love for the feeling of skiing too. And having those things, they seem like they've always been connected to when I go out.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
I believe.
Every dream, journey, and triumph.
And it all starts here.
United States, let's go!
Feel the magic every day.
The excitement is in the air.
At the Winter Olympics, today is where the games begin.
Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, new from Dateline, wherever you get your podcasts.
So for those who don't know your story, why is it you've been skiing from such a young age?
I have to give credit to, one, my mom, but also my grandfather, who had the great idea to build a ski area for his kids and then obviously grandkids and the community in general. So my grandfather, Mickey Cochran, built first the rope tow and then eventually expanded to what we have now with T-bar, rope tow, and Mighty Might.
That's what this is, right?
Yes, exactly. Yeah, that's what we're so fortunate to be a part of.
This is where you grew up, right?
Yeah, more or less. Obviously, I grew up in Starksboro, but we're in Richmond now, so it's like a 20-minute drive. But from, I would say, mid-December through beginning of April, spent pretty much every day here skiing and just having a lot of fun. You know, once I was old enough to ski on my own, then I would just go out and kind of explore and figure it out.
Your mom, pretty good skier, right?
Yeah, she was okay, from what I've heard. Yeah, so my mom was the 1972 Winter Olympic slalom champion back in Sapporo, Japan. So that's kind of the biggest achievement in our family. But I think between her two sisters and brother, and then also my other cousins too, we have a lot of other accolades as well.
It's a pretty powerful family legacy, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. I think in terms of ski racing, it's a small world, but yeah, there's definitely a lot to be kind of just feel good about, to be proud of, but I think it's too, like, outside of ski racing, we're just, I don't know, no normal, like, weird, funky Vermont family too.
What makes you weird and funky?
Well, we're all like different types of quirky, I'd say. Just our personalities, and I can't explain exactly what it is. Like, I think we're all independent, but we all enjoy each other's company too, and try to be good people in general.
How much do you guys support each other and just help each other skiing and beyond?
I would say skiing a good amount. Like, I know I talked with my Uncle Bob about the downhills he would compete in, and there's the same downhills that I compete in today, and like talking about different sections of those downhills. And then my older cousin Jimmy too, he's 10 years older than me, and he had a lot of experience with Salmon GS too on the World Cup. So kind of understanding what he went through in his process, and to learn how I can be a better skier as well from him. So, and then in general life, like, I mean, I was just up at Jimmy's house helping him build his house. So there's a lot of just kind of that camaraderie and give and take.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
I believe.
Every dream, journey, and triumph.
And it all starts here.
United States, let's go!
Feel the magic every day.
The excitement is in the air.
At the Winter Olympics, today is where the games begin.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You see all these bibs, they have some meaning, don't they?
Yeah, each one definitely has its own story, but it's kind of cool. It's a blend between both my mom and her siblings' World Cup racing careers, and then some of my cousins and myself as well. So I can see like some bibs that I raced with, and then some bibs that my mom would have raced with, or my Uncle Bob, or Aunt Marilyn, Aunt Lindy. So it's a lot of history, a lot of stories.
To get on the wall here, did these bibs, did you have to win big, or did you just?
I think the only rule to being on the wall is that you got to take the bib after the race. When you're a little kid, you always have to give it back, but once you start getting to high level, then you get to keep your bibs, which is kind of a cool moment.
When you see all of this and just think about everything your family has done, what goes through your mind?
I don't know. I think, in a way, I think it's like timeless. You know, like skiing has been passed down, starting with my grandfather down to my mom and aunts and uncles, and then on to us, and even further to the generation below us. So I think there's changes in the sport, but at the same time, it's kind of like, I think the core and the heart of the sport of skiing is a constant, and that's what I see.
The family success, does it make you feel pressure, or is it the opposite of that? Does it sort of help you?
I think I've always felt helped by it. People are familiar with the Cochran name, and I think that's it's a cool way to connect with people that remember my Uncle Bob racing Kitzbühel, or my mom winning the Olympics, and then also with our generation, us kind of bringing our own stories to that. And plus, I think just our family environment and the culture that we have is very positive. It's just about going out and doing something you love. And I think a lot of us have been fortunate that what we love is ski racing and just going and skiing.
Take a look at Ryan Cochran-Siegle of the United States. Comes from that great skiing family where his mother, the 1972 Olympic slalom gold medalist Barbara Ann Cochran, she taught Ryan how to ski at the family's mountain area in Richmond, Vermont, the Cochran ski area it's called. So big legacy here for Ryan Cochran-Siegle to follow.
To be a part of that legacy, what does that mean to you?
I think it's special in the way it feels like contributing to something that's so much more than me, and that does unload the pressure in a way. Just not every accomplishment in our family is on one individual. You know, it's a collective, and every one of us has been able to bring something to the table.
Have you thought of the fact that your mom got her gold medal 50 years before these Olympics?
Is that what it is? No, I had not. I remember, so I was racing in World Juniors in 2012, and so it was 40 years from her, and that kind of registered. I did not think about the 50 years until now, so now I know. Now it's on my mind.
And now what do you think when you think of that?
I think it's cool. I mean, that Olympic gold medal is so much a part of who my mom is and what she was able to accomplish, and I think it'll be tricky having that connection to also make this experience my own. Obviously, like I love celebrating my mom, but I think it comes to a point where you have to be your own self too. So I don't know. There's positives and negatives, and just got to go with the flow.
I mean, gold medals 50 years apart. That's a pretty good story.
Yeah,
isn't
that'd be
it?
a good story for sure. Yeah, I have a hard time when it's like, obviously in the future you can't control. You don't know what's going to happen. I think the potential of that happening is incredibly special, and it's cool to dream about. But I also recognize like the work that it takes to get there still has to be done, you know, and that's what I need to focus on right now.
for all the family talk and everything like that, it seems like, I mean, your mom wrote you a note in Korea, right? That what was the main message that she was giving you?
It was really just about the Olympics it's not just about winning medals, it's about the experience from going to opening ceremonies to competing in your event and trying to just appreciate every moment and do your best, and that's what's so important. In the note, I remember she talked about how she was just as proud as getting 11th in the GS as she was winning the slalom, and I thought that was cool. Just, you know, medals are such a highlight, but there's other accomplishments that you can be proud of too. And the cool thing about Korea was I also got 11th in the GS, so we kind of share that as well.
To hear that from your mom, that must mean a lot, right?
Yeah, for sure. And she's been so supportive of my career and everything really in life for me. So I'm fortunate that I was able to grow up with her being my mom and having kind of that positive mentality.
I believe every dream, every journey, every triumph.
And it all starts here.
Let the celebration begin! The excitement is in the air. United States wins gold!
Is he superhuman?
Feel the magic every day.
She is a superstar. Kayla, we are cheering you on.
And share every moment with us at the Winter Olympics. Today is where the games begin.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Sunday Sit Down with Willie Geist podcast. It's the conversations you want to have with the people you'd love to meet.
Get your money's worth.
Unedited, unfiltered.
See ya!
Sit down with Willie and listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
You got that magic. You got that magic.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
You got that magic.
You're also a college student, right?
Yeah, part-time at best college student. Yeah.
What are you studying?
Working toward mechanical engineering.
So easy stuff.
It's actually, I think it's easier in the sense that I take 1 or 2 classes at a time. Very different from having to be fully enrolled and go through that struggle bus. But I've enjoyed it so far. Yeah.
Is what you're doing in college right now preparing you for something you see yourself doing post skiing, or what?
No, I have no idea what I want to do after I'm done skiing. I should probably get a handle on that of what I'm interested in. But I think mechanical, I think it just opens a lot of doors. And seeing, how my career goes and kind of where I'm at, I think there's a lot of opportunity with that, both in the ski world and then outside of that as well. So I like the classes that I've been taking. I definitely have that scientific kind of mathematical mind, and it's a good challenge too.
And that applies to skiing, right?
Yeah, completely. I remember when I was taking physics, this was a few years ago now, but just how much it relates to skiing. Like, skiing is a gravity sport, and the forces that kind of you're provided, most of it's just through gravity. Obviously the friction on the snow and aerodynamics too, but maximizing kind of that, maintaining the conservation of energy throughout a full run, maintaining your momentum, using that to propel you down the hill is how I think about it completely.
So basically when you're skiing, it's like you're doing homework.
A lot more fun than homework though. But trying to maximize forces, maximize energy going down the hill. That's how I think about it, and trying to keep it simple too. That's with math and physics, I think the root of those types of things it's a very simple type of, information available. And so just trying to keep things simple.
So when we talk about family, in addition to skiing, whatever, there's a family business, right?
Yeah.
What's that?
Slopeside syrup. Back in the day when my grandparents got this land, I think it's 500 or so acres. We were lucky that there's a lot of maple trees on it. So back in 2010, 4 of my cousins got together and they wanted to build a maple syrup business. And so that's where Slopeside Syrup came about. And I was too young to be involved in like the forming of the company, but old enough that I'm a good good helping hand. So I've been involved when I can and when the timing's right with my schedule and with theirs. So it's a cool process to be a part of.
What does that involve doing?
It depends on the time of year. Most of the time it's kind of being up in the woods, helping with the lines that help funnel the syrup or the sap down to the sugar house. Kind of end of February, beginning of March is when the boiling season happens. So in that time, if I'm around, then helping boil the sap down to syrup, and then not really the bottling side, but just putting the syrup into these big 40-gallon barrels and then setting those aside. I think the most fun part is at the end of the season when I'm done skiing, kind of like to unwind, we go up into the sugar bush, and that's when we pull all the taps out of the trees. So it's a cool kind of resetting process. And we're out hiking through the woods and kind of getting a good sense of our family land as well.
So your family skis and makes maple syrup. You're basically like Vermont Central Casting, right?
Yeah, I would say so. I think we're a celebrated family, I think, in Vermont. But yeah, we're fortunate with our hobbies.
You like them, so.
Yeah, completely, yeah.
All right, we'll imagine we're about 100 days out from the Olympics here. I mean, just for being 100 days out from the Olympics, what goes through your mind from just a competition standpoint?
I think it's still just day by day, doing everything I can each day to give myself the best opportunity for when the time comes. I think, seeing the schedule of how things will fit together, but also, I mean, what's most important is today and being here, being present with that. So it's an exciting time, but I think taking it slowly as it comes.
The pandemic is still very much an issue. There's going to be restrictions in China. How do you feel about that?
I think it's just we have to learn to adapt. Competing all of last year and going into this year too, I think there are a lot of changes that felt very foreign at that time. And I think because we've been through them, then everything that will be thrown our way is something we know we can adapt to. So I think that's the rules that are put in place, obviously the protocols, all of that, following that to our best ability. And then if it means that we can still be pursuing our dreams and kind of being able to do what we love, then that's what's most important. And remembering that that's the point, and not getting caught up with all the difficulties.
If you don't have family there because of restrictions, how do you feel about that?
I feel okay. I always think if I'm kind of separated with my racing life and my family normal life, I think it's easier to focus on the skiing. Obviously, I want family and friends to be able to take part and experience that with me, but I think there's kind of added drawbacks to that too. But I one way or another, I think I look forward to that time and however it might occur.
As long as you get to compete.
Yeah, completely.
Whatever it takes.
Yeah.
For your sport, help folks understand. So if there are smaller crowds, fewer people there cheering you on, does that have an impact for you?
I don't think so. I think as ski racing, it depends on where we are. In Europe, it's a really big sport. In North America, not so much. I think in Lake Louise, we usually compete in front of a couple hundred people. So we're used to different environments. And plus, when you're skiing and in the course, it's not like you feed off people down at the bottom. Yeah. So I don't know, but you want people to see our sport firsthand, because I think that's where it's kind of felt the strongest, Live sports, when you're there in person, you see it differently and you feel it, I think, in your heart differently too. So the more people we can have there, I think the better. But again, it's out of our control.
Yo, today all day, up next on #cooking, Sama Dada has the cure to your midday munchies. She's going to whip up 4 easy snacks so you'll always be prepared when hunger strikes. First up, Sama making one of Hoda's favorite sweet treats, dates stuffed with almond butter that can be served hot or cold. Then she bakes up a simple super maple almond granola. And finally, she's making popcorn that's spiced with garam masala. Say bye-bye to butter with a spicy snack.
I'll just say this, okay? If you have a first date with one of these dates, you will be having more. I can't with myself. I cannot go a single day without snacking. Whether I'm at home or on the go, it is simply #always snack time. Honestly, a world without snacking is simply not one I want to live in. So I cannot wait to show you 3 of my favorite weekly snack staples, my delicious stuffed dates, warm and frozen, my nutty maple granola, and my delicious masala popcorn. I love dates, and no, I'm not talking about the romantic kind, I'm talking about the medjool kind. They are my favorite sweet snack to eat throughout the day, and I'm going to show you how to make them 2 ways, warmed and stuffed and frozen and dipped in chocolate. Most dates come with pits, so I've actually already pitted these. I've got about 10 here, so I'm just going to now take them on a little journey to the microwave for about 10 to 15 seconds just to get them really nice and warm and juicy. Who needs a first date or a second date when you have 10 dates ready to be stuffed with almond butter? Warming the dates brings out their already naturally golden and caramel flavor, and then when you stuff them with almond butter, the heat actually allows the almond butter to melt so it gets really nice and gooey and delicious. I really already want to eat one right now. Okay, we're gonna start stuffing them. So I've got a creamy almond butter here. You can also use a crunchy almond butter. You can use a peanut butter, a cashew butter. If there are any nut butters that you're harboring in your pantry, this will be a great time to use them. I'm pretty generous here. I would say I use about a teaspoon to 2 teaspoons just because I like a lot of almond butter, but you can totally choose however amount works best for your life. Because we've pitted the dates, it actually serves as a really nice pocket for the almond butter to just sit in, a little home, you know? It's like this date was meant for almond butter. You know what I mean? Right? Good form, I think. And I'm just gonna continue with the rest of my dates. So actually, Hoda saw this recipe on my Instagram and has now deemed it to be her favorite snack.
You take a date, and remember I told you the whole thing?
Yes.
You nuke it, you put in some dark chocolate and some almond butter.
yeah.
You know what I like? I like the melted chocolate in the peanut buttery nut butter thing with the salt.
So Hoda, if you're watching this, it's for you. You can kind of see how when I put the almond butter inside this little pocket, it starts to melt a little bit and looks so gooey. Oh. It's like a little river of almond butter that I want to swim in. It's a lucky date. I crack only myself up. So for this recipe and a lot of the other recipes I make using dates, you want to make sure you're buying the medjool kind. I'll just say this, okay? You have a first date with one of these dates, you will be having more. I can't with myself. Someone's got to hold me back for making another date joke because it will happen again. Okay, wait, this guy needs a little more almond butter. I'm so sorry I neglected you for a second. Okay. Okay, I am drowning in almond butter. All of my dates have been stuffed with the almond butter. They look really nice. They look ready to go out on a date. I need to stop. I'm done, I promise. Now that I'm done stuffing all of the dates, I'm just gonna top it with a little bit of sea salt, just to bring out that sweetness and balance everything out really nicely. I sometimes also like to use a salted almond butter too, and that's gonna really create that naturally salty sweet combination, which we love. All right, and there you have it. My favorite warm stuffed dates, my coffee companion, my favorite date.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, new from Dateline, wherever you get your podcasts.
In my opinion, you can never have enough dates, so I'm going to show you how to make another recipe using dates. They're frozen, stuffed with almond butter, and then dipped in chocolate. So we've got our dates already pitted, and now we're going to just go ahead and stuff them straight with almond butter. This should feel pretty familiar. Again, we're going to have the almond butter find a nice little home in this pocket that we've created by pitting the dates. And remember, we are going to be submerging these in chocolate, so we want to make sure that we don't overfill it with almond butter so that it gets a bit messy, even though we love a bit of messy chocolate. So sometimes when I look at my freezer and I'm like, where did all of the ice cream go? I make these instead. They're also super quick to pull together and use mostly what you have in the pantry. And if you're not keeping dates in your pantry now, take this as your sign to start. If you have a nut allergy, you can even use a tahini or a sunflower seed butter as well. And then when you're done freezing them, they seriously taste like a candy bar. I know you think I'm crazy, but they do, I promise. I eat them for dessert. I eat them as a snack during the day. There's so many things you can do with them. They really are the perfect date. Dates are the perfect date. They are. I'm sorry. And now for my chocolate. All I'm gonna do is melt it in the microwave with a little bit of coconut oil. This is gonna help it get nice and smooth and glossy. We're gonna do this in 10 to 15 second increments, and we're gonna keep stirring throughout so it gets really nice and smooth. Put that straight in there. Got my spoon at the ready for stirring, and now I'm gonna head to the microwave. Go back in the microwave. Now it is time to take our dates for a little swim in chocolate. I think they're excited about this, I'm not sure. Here's what we're gonna do. Grab a date, just drop it straight into the chocolate. Don't worry, it likes this. Roll it around so that the entire date is coated. Make sure you get that residual chocolate to kind of drip off the sides of the spoon like this. And now we're just gonna place it back onto our parchment paper. And now we're going to chocolate swim and repeat. This is like a very luxurious bath, I have to say, for the dates. Because we've stuffed these dates with almond butter, we want to make sure we're rolling it in the chocolate a little bit gently, just so that the almond butter doesn't come out. It's okay if you get a little messy here. It's part of the game. It's part of the date. No, that wasn't good. Serve this to your next date. That was better, that was good, that was good. Will I ever stop making date jokes after this? No. Don't expect me to stop, no, that's not gonna happen. It's part of my brand now. One final date. Now, just for good measure, I'm gonna add a little drizzle of chocolate on top. It's gonna make it look really pretty. I don't believe in less is more when it comes to chocolate. I think we always need more chocolate. If you don't like chocolate, I wanna understand you. Please drop me a line. But also, if you don't like chocolate, that's fine. Like, it's totally okay. But I still wanna understand you. Okay. Now I'm just gonna top them with a little flaky sea salt. This is really gonna bring out that sweetness, balance out the chocolate. It is the perfect combination. I'm using a flaky sea salt as well, so it looks really pretty and a little fancy. Okay, we're salted, and now we're ready for the freezer. Can we take a moment? Look at how cute they look. These dates are ready for their date. Gotta stop making date jokes. Okay. These are honestly so good because of the chocolate, because of the almond butter, and that little flaky sea salt. They seriously taste like a candy bar. America's favorite candy bar. You know what I'm talking about. Plating my hot dates with my frozen dates. We're going on a lot of dates today. They honestly look so good. I love them. You know what? I need to take a picture of these to send to Hoda. I know this is her favorite snack. She's gonna love the chocolate ones too. These dates are fully ready for their close-up. It's almost unfair. All right, got the shot. I think it's time for me to taste. And look at that. Mmm. It is so good. The dates are so sweet. The almond butter worked so well. That salt, it's making everything come to life. I knew there's a reason why I eat these every day. Now that my dates are done, I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. Let's keep this between us. Granola is super easy to make at home. I'm gonna get the ingredients so I can show you how.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
I believe. Every dream, journey, and triumph.
And it all starts here.
United States wins gold!
Feel the magic every day.
The excitement is in the air.
At the Winter Olympics, today is where the games begin.
The Sunday Sit Down with Willie Geist podcast. It's the conversations you want to have with the people you'd love to meet.
Get your money's worth.
Unedited, unfiltered.
See ya!
Sit down with Willie and listen wherever you get your podcasts.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Granola is one of my favorite things to make at home. It's super versatile, so you can eat it solo, just munch on it as you're going about your day, or serve it with your favorite yogurt or milk. I'm going to show you how to make my favorite nutty maple granola. For any granola recipe, I like to separate my wet and dry ingredients. We want to make sure that all of the ingredients are thoroughly incorporated, so that's why I'm going to do this. I've got some melted and cooled coconut oil here, and I'm just going to add the rest of my ingredients. I'm using some of my almond butter. And this is going to serve as a really nice mixture for the oats and nuts and seeds and whatever else we're adding to this granola to really cling onto, so we can get those really crunchy clusters. And clusters are why we're all eating granola in the first place anyway, right? Almond butter is in. To sweeten it up, we're gonna add some maple syrup. This is the maple portion of my nutty maple granola. Maple adds this really nice golden richness to the granola. It's so good. It's really lightly sweet, so it's not too sweet. I've got all my wet ingredients in my bowl, and now I'm just gonna whisk it until it's nice and smooth. Be careful here. Wear an apron. I don't do it, but you should. We're whisking, and we're whisking. And I just want to whisk this until it's nice and smooth, making sure that all of the ingredients are thoroughly incorporated. Okay, wet ingredients, we're going to set them aside. They're going to hang out for later. And now I'm going to get to work on my dry ingredients. Because I like to maximize the presence of clusters in my granola, it's very important to me, I'm going to crush my nuts before I add them into my oats. So in order to do this, all you have to do, add your nuts into any sort of bag, take a rolling pin or even a bottle, and just get your stress out, like this. You can also roll them if you're more delicate, but I'm really going for it today. I promise I'm a very patient person in general. We want them to be coarsely crushed, but it's okay if we have some bigger or smaller pieces because it's nice to have some texture with our granola. We like the crunch. Okay, I've got my bowl of oats right here. And now I'm just gonna add all of my dry mix-ins in. Adding my pecans in here. My stressed pecans, the result of my stressed pecans. I should also say that if you've got any nuts or seeds that have just been hanging out in your pantry for a little too long, this is a great opportunity to use them up. I'm adding some almonds in now. Just gonna use some cinnamon here. You can also use some nutmeg if you'd like, really whatever you'd like. And then we're gonna add a little pinch of salt. And now I'm just gonna fold in all my dry ingredients together. Make sure everyone gets to know each other. It's very friendly granola. Now that I've mixed all of my dry ingredients together, I'm just gonna add in my wet ingredients and mix everything together. Okay, here we go. It's very aesthetically pleasing. This wet mixture is really what's gonna help this granola have clusters, so I like to make sure when I am mixing both the wet and dry ingredients together that everything is really nicely coated. Okay, listen closely. The really important thing when you're making granola is to make sure that everyone has some personal space. So we wanna make sure that all of the oats and nuts in this entire mixture is spread out in a very even layer so everyone has room to breathe. By spreading everything out, we're also gonna make sure it bakes in a very even and crisp layer. And we're just patting everything down really gently, spreading it out nicely. We don't want to pat anything too hard to crush any of the nuts. Now that everything is spread out, I'm just going to go bake in the oven at 325 degrees for about 30 to 40 minutes. While our granola is baking, we want to make sure that we're stirring it every 10 to 15 minutes so we can ensure an even and crisp bake. Spread it out evenly again, and then back in the oven we go. The secret to super crispy, crunchy, clustery granola is actually letting it cool completely before you break it apart and serve it. I know it's tempting, but just don't touch it for a little bit, okay? This granola is completely cool, so now I'm just gonna break it apart and add it to my plate. I mean, you just can't. You can't say no to this. This is crazy. Look at how crunchy. The clusters are what I live for. It's the only reason I eat granola. Like, this is the most satisfying thing to me, ever. I will break it apart though, just a little bit. We want to maintain those clusters though. I'll take granola over a granola bar any day. That's just me. And did you see how easy it was to throw this together? You literally just combine both your wet and dry ingredients and you've got this super delicious, one pan, amazing granola. And look at this bake. It's so even, so golden and crispy. Okay, it's time for me to taste. I've been waiting to dig into this cluster this entire time. Lightly sweet from the maple syrup, not too sweet, so it's a perfect breakfast companion. Or honestly, you could eat this at any time of the day. You could even top ice cream with this. It's a really nice, crisp, golden layer on top of some vanilla ice cream. Sign me up. You know what? My dad loves this recipe. I make it for him all the time. I'm gonna send him a picture so he can be a little bit jealous of me in it too. So you can remember my face. He knows what I look like. He's gonna be so jealous. So good. Speaking of my dad, this next recipe is inspired by him and something he used to make all the time. So I'm gonna go grab the ingredients and start popping some popcorn.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
This is a variation of a popcorn recipe that my dad used to make all the time. Poor guy. My mom, my sister, and I would always steal some before he could even have a single kernel, so I guess this is redemption for him. I'm going to show you how to make your popcorn really delicious, really flavorful with this spice-infused olive oil mixture. So I've already popped my popcorn, and now I'm just heating my pan on medium-low heat, and I'm going to add a little bit of olive oil. You can use your favorite spices here, but I'm going to use one of my favorites, which is some garam masala. This is a really common blend of Indian spices, and it's really delicious, really warming, creates a very savory flavor in this popcorn. I'm gonna add this straight to my oil, along with some cayenne pepper. This is gonna take it up a notch in the spice department because I like things very spicy. Finally, I'm gonna add a little pinch of salt. And now all we're gonna do is just stir our spices. Now the reason that we're heating the spices here in the oil is because nobody likes a raw spice. Raw spices are not cute to eat, so we want to cook the spices with the oil so they become fragrant, they become aromatic, and it just infuses a lot of flavor into your popcorn. I was so obsessed with popcorn in college, I'm pretty sure it's the only reason I made it through. I would just snack on it like all the time. Got me through my exams. Thank you, popcorn. It's done so much for me in my life. And you want to make sure you continue to stir your spices in with the oil so it doesn't burn. We're only doing this for about a minute or so until you smell that delicious aromatic spice smell. You don't want it to smell too raw. When you allow the garam masala to cook in this oil, you can really smell all of those individual spices, the cumin, the cloves, the coriander. It smells so fragrant. So my spices and my oil smells really aromatic. I've cooked it for about a minute. Now it's time to just drizzle it over my popcorn. Okay. There we go. I'm just gonna shake it up so everything is fully incorporated in here. Now I'm gonna drizzle it over my popcorn. It smells so good. Now I'm just gonna toss it so that everything is well incorporated. This is just a really great way to make a flavor-infused popcorn so that you're not just going with the plain salt, you're not just going with the plain butter, there's a little something extra going on. Now that my spices are fully incorporated in my popcorn, I'm gonna add a little bit of nutritional yeast. This adds a very cheesy and savory flavor to the popcorn without actually adding any cheese. Mix that in a little bit. And then I'm gonna finish with a little pinch of salt. I have to show my dad that I made this. It's a little bit better than his. Don't tell him. I'm so mean. It smells so good. I seriously wish you could smell it. I cannot wait to dig in. So I'm just not gonna wait. I'm going to dig in. Oh, come on. Okay, this might be dramatic, but I don't think I can eat regular popcorn ever again. It's so good. And again, you can use your favorite spices here. You can even do a little salt and pepper, a little garlic powder. Really make it your own, but just know that I have a feeling you will not go back to regular salted popcorn. Butter? Who is she? It's so good. It's really good. You guys should try this. The next time you get a snack attack, all I have to say is just don't panic. Remain calm. Make these 3 recipes, they're so delicious and the best way to keep your days going. Whew. Hey guys, super busy, cooking up a storm, but I have something exciting to tell you. #cooking is back. So tune into Today All Day. Okay, I got some in the oven. I gotta go. See you later.
New York City is home to so many iconic foods. But when the city that never sleeps wakes up for breakfast, they want a bagel with a cream cheese schmear piled high with lox.
There's no other city that makes a bagel like a New York City bagel.
I have not had good bagels in any other city.
I came out the womb eating bagels.
It's time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other. If New York's known for anything, it's its bagels. And we got them all. Everything bagels, rainbow bagels, pumpkin bagels, croissant bagels, and of course you can't have them without a schmear. While the bagel first came from Poland, many food historians say its pairing with salmon and cream cheese originated right here in the Big Apple. In this town, few specialty food shops are as beloved and as historic as Russ and Daughters.
I've been waiting in line probably 15-20 minutes, but it's definitely worth it.
I like the contrast of the flavor. It's like a nice little bagel with salty lox.
Something about the salmon and cream cheese together, like I try to make it at home, but it's nothing compared to Russ and Daughters.
They've been serving premium smoked fish to hungry New Yorkers and folks from around the world for over 100 years. Just a few blocks from the store is the Russ and Daughters Cafe.
Hi, Al.
Hey, how are you?
Welcome to Russ and Daughters Cafe.
Nice to see you
Great
guys.
to have you here.
Thanks for having us. This is beautiful.
Thank you.
Nikki Russ Fetterman and Josh Russ Tupper are the grandchildren of the original Daughters. These cousins are fourth-generation owners, carrying on their family's culinary legacy.
So this is Russ and Daughters. This is our great-grandfather, Joel Russ, who started the business, his wife, Bella, and his 3 daughters. Josh and I have the same grandmother, Anne. She was the youngest of the 3.
Was it unusual at that time for you, because you usually would see so-and-so and sons, but to see Russ and Daughters?
Very unusual.
But, I mean, honestly, if he had had sons, it probably would have been Russ and Sons.
Well, thank goodness he didn't.
We like to think of him as a feminist, but he was a good businessman.
Joel Russ immigrated from Poland in 1907.
And he started just standing on the streets of the Lower East Side selling schmaltz herring out of a barrel. And a family could feed itself for 2 nights with 1 fish.
In 1914, he opened his first brick and mortar shop, J. Russ National Appetizing. Joel and his wife had 3 daughters, Hattie, Ida, and Ann. When they turned 11, each daughter began working with their dad. What was their relationship like with him? Because he's your dad, but he's also
your boss.
Your boss.
Yeah. And I think he cared more about being the boss and the shopkeeper. He was a new immigrant to this country who was just trying to survive and make a place for his family. And that was his focus. And he saw his children as cheap labor.
The sisters grew up learning all aspects of the business. In 1935, Hattie, Ida, and Ann became Joel's partners. The shop was renamed Russ and Daughters, making it the first in America to bear "and Daughters" in its title. When your great-grandfather decided to start Russ and Daughters, why the Lower East Side?
After Ellis Island, this was the starting off point for the majority of poor Jewish immigrants. This is where they landed and they got their start. And so he was just feeding basic food to other poor immigrants like himself.
At the turn of the century, this neighborhood was one of the most densely populated places on the planet. Many immigrants from all around the world lived in overcrowded tenement buildings, the conditions having a profound impact on their diets.
One of the things about Lower East Side Jewish food is that a lot of food wasn't made at home. When you don't have running water or when you don't have electric or gas stoves, it's really hard to do very much cooking. And so for women who are responsible for feeding their families, they had to get food from push carts, from restaurants, from bakeries.
Joel Russ was one of many vendors catering to this new population. I've always been curious, how did it come about, or from what you've heard, that somebody thought, hey, here's this round bread, we'll put some fish on it, but oh, by the way, before we do, let's put some cream cheese, some dairy on it.
Yeah. First of all, Russ and Daughters is the torchbearer of what's called appetizing. And this is a food tradition born here in New York, and it's the sister food tradition to delicatessen, both of which come up through the Jewish kosher dietary rules. You have to separate fish and dairy from meat. So a delicatessen, strictly speaking, is for meat. The appetizing store is where you go for fish and dairy, things like herring, smoked fish. When we say bagel and lox, most people are, we're referring to a smoked salmon, but the original bagel and lox was not with smoked salmon.
Technically, lox, or belly lox, is salmon cured in salt, which preserves fish without refrigeration. There's no smoking involved, and it's incredibly salty, so it pairs perfectly with tangy cream cheese. But who was the first person to put lox on a bagel?
So no one really knows how bagels, lox, and cream cheese all came together. We know that bagels come from Eastern Europe. We know that lox kind of comes basically from Nova Scotia, kind of. We know that cream cheese is an American food. But what we know is that these things come together as part of a compromise between different generations of American Jews.
Jewish law prohibits cooking with most heat sources on the Sabbath. So the combo of bagels and lox created a filling meal for observant Jews to enjoy on the day of rest.
It's good for a family, but you or your daughter-in-law didn't have to be spending the previous day cooking.
As one of the country's oldest appetizing stores, Russ and Daughters has been serving kosher meals for generations. And the weekends are still their busiest days.
I can't think really of anything that's more New York than lox and bagels.
I agree. I think that this is a food that came up through the Eastern European Jewish immigrants to New York. But now it's transformed and just become New York food. It belongs to all New Yorkers.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
I believe. Every dream, every journey, every triumph.
And it all starts here.
Let the celebration begin! The excitement is in the air.
Is he superhuman?
Feel the magic every day.
She is a superstar. Kayla, we are cheering you on.
And share every moment with us at the Winter Olympics. Today is where the games begin.
The Sunday Sit Down with Willie Geist podcast. It's the conversations you want to have with the people you'd love to meet.
Get your money's worth.
Unedited, unfiltered.
See ya.
Sit down with Willie and listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
In the United States, women own less than 20% of all businesses. At the iconic Russ and Daughters, co-owner Nikki Russ Fetterman is building on the legacy of her grandmother and great aunts.
Growing up, you followed in the footsteps of strong women who may not have chosen this, but took it on and obviously made it really successful. What is it like for you following in those footsteps?
It's a tremendous feeling to be now the great-granddaughter. Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg was a good customer of ours. Her family came from the Lower East Side, and she once said that before she knew the word feminist, when she looked up at the sign, Russ and Daughters, she understood that women could have an impact.
Your family's business, Russ and Daughters, has survived 2 world wars, a depression. You're here in the shadow of the World Trade Center.
Yes.
Why has this place been able to not just survive, but thrive?
I think because in each generation there has been someone who wanted to do this. This is food that people turn to for comfort in hard times. And during the pandemic, we saw that people were shipping Russ and daughters all over the country to their loved ones because they couldn't be together. And so sending, bagels and lox and babka, say, I love you, I miss you. Here, let me feed you.
Having a schmear over Zoom.
Oh, there was a lot of that.
Okay, so you can get smoked fish pretty much everywhere these days, but not quite like this. The salmon sold at Russ & Daughters is prized for its high fat content, from the milder Gaspé Nova to the smokier Scottish. And this gourmet fish is all sliced by hand.
When you hold it up, it's almost translucent.
Yeah, I think we should show you how we get it that thin.
Yeah, me and a sharp utensil, what could possibly go wrong?
It takes up to 6 months of training to master the slicing technique here.
So Al, I hear you have some knife skills.
Well, I've been in a fight or two, but it's probably nothing like yours. So how long have you been slicing salmon?
I've been at the store for 20 years.
Wow.
So I've been slicing for a while.
All right. So I watch people slice, and I'm amazed at how patient, because it seems like that's part of the skill.
The reality is, when you know how to slice, it is one of the most relaxing things you can do.
Very zen.
Very zen.
Ooh.
Meditative, right? The trick is, don't look anywhere on the fish. You have to really feel the fish.
Be the fish.
Be the fish, which is a very difficult concept to train someone.
Understood.
And particularly the first couple slices are, don't be upset if they don't look great. The idea is to make a consistently thick slice. Are you making faces at me, Al?
No, I'm just watching you not watch the fish. All right.
Okay.
Here we go. Be the fish. Not looking.
You should look.
I should
look.
look.
You got a sharp knife in your hand, Al. And you can see that as you change the angle of the knife, it changes the thickness.
Yeah.
Right?
So now that's
drastically, more than you think.
That's more than, oh my gosh, that's a very thick
We call
slice.
those chuletas.
Chuletas?
Yeah. Chops.
Ah.
In Spanish.
I was going to say, that didn't sound Yiddish.
Not
It did
Yiddish.
not sound
Not
Yiddish to
Yiddish.
me.
Yeah.
Does the way you cut it affect the taste of it or the texture of it?
The texture, which affects the experience of the salmon.
It's almost like you're eating the essence of salmon, not salmon.
It's very delicate. It's a very appealing texture and mouthfeel. Yeah, the thinner.
Josh, thanks so much. Nice meeting you.
Such a pleasure to have you.
Smoke them if you got them. Up next, how fresh salmon gets turned into lox.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
I believe. Every dream, journey, and triumph.
And it all starts here.
United States wins gold!
Feel the magic every day.
The excitement is in the air.
At the Winter Olympics, today is where the games begin.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
I'm here at the Acme Smoked Fish Factory. Now there is something fishy going on in there, and you better believe I'm gonna find out what it is. The folks at Acme process, smoke, and pack nearly 8 million pounds of fish every year. They sell to eateries all over the country, including Russ and Daughters. It smells of smoke and it smells of fish.
That's the way it's supposed to be. It smells like New York City.
Yes.
All right, so as you know, in any food plant, food safety is of paramount importance.
Right.
I see you got your boots on
I
here.
just happen to be wearing these.
Awesome. I'll walk you through the process of how salmon turns into smoked salmon.
Adam Kaslow is the fourth generation owner of Acme Smoked Fish. His great-grandfather, Harry Brownstein, started selling fish after immigrating from Russia to Brooklyn.
Harry started in the smoked fish business in the early 1900s, in 1906 to be exact.
Out of a push cart?
Out of a horse-drawn wagon.
Wow.
He would go around buying fish from different smokehouses throughout Brooklyn and Queens and had himself the sales route. You know, he worked close to 45 years. I mean, his dream was to open up his own smokehouse, and it took him 45 years to finally achieve that.
Wow.
Adam now runs a massive smoked fish empire, supplying many of New York City's popular bagel shops, from H&H to Essa Bagel. Acme also selling to national grocers like Trader Joe's.
At the end of the day, it's all about the fish. We bring in fish from all over the world. Smoked salmon is probably the most popular thing that we make, and our salmon come from different places: Norway, Scotland, Chile, and Alaska.
It can take up to 5 days to make smoked salmon. Every order is made to the buyer's tastes, from the type of salmon to the curing method. The first step, cutting a whole fish into fillets.
Whoa!
Yeah, so this is a 12-kilo whole salmon that I caught over here in Long Island Sound. No, I'm just kidding. This is an Atlantic salmon. It's farm raised. We use Atlantic salmon because it has the most fat, and fat equals flavor when making smoked salmon.
Right. So what are you cutting out the backbone there?
Yeah, this is the bone.
Carving into a fish this size requires expert hands. After the fish is filleted, it's preserved with salt. The fish is then treated with a wet brine or a dry cure.
Okay, so let's dry cure some salmon.
Good.
First thing, we're gonna get it onto the raft.
Okay.
So, see if you can pick up this salmon, grab it by the tail.
Okay.
Grab with your other hand.
Underneath.
And we're gonna lay it onto the screen.
Okay.
Perfect. Great. Step 2, we're gonna grab a handful of soap.
So it's just a thin layer.
Yep. Right along the top of the dorsal. Like kind of down the center line, I suppose. And we'll give it a nice love tap.
That's it?
That's it. This fish is rather large. So traditionally we would probably wet brine this fish, but for smaller fish, the dry cure lasts about 24 hours.
Okay. That's a huge fish.
Right.
After curing, the fillets are cold smoked for up to 20 hours. This process imparts a subtle, smoky flavor.
Let me show you how the smoker works. So, these are a collection of that wood chip blend that we were talking about earlier.
There are different ways to smoke fish fillets. Hot smoking results in flaky, opaque fillets. Unlike traditional lox, smoked salmon is cold smoked below 85 degrees. This helps the fish retain its silky texture and makes it perfect for slicing.
Ready to help me get this bad boy into the oven?
You bet.
All right. All right.
Hey now.
Let's close her up.
Woo! Shut her down. After the smoker, the fish is cooled, then packed for shipping.
What would your great-grandfather say if he could see all of it?
I think he'd be amazed at how difficult it was for him to achieve his dream.
Right.
Now his descendants have been able to build upon that dream and build us into one of the preeminent smokers in the U.S.
Up next, a vegan deli taking on tradition with plant-based lox and cashew cream cheese? Oh, you don't want to miss this.
I believe every dream, every journey, every triumph.
And it all starts here.
Let the celebration begin!
The excitement is in the air.
Is he superhuman?
Feel the magic every day.
She is a superstar, Kayla. We are cheering you on.
And share every moment with us at the Winter Olympics. Today is where the games begin.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Back on the Lower East Side, two sisters, inspired by their Jewish heritage, are on a mission to make the food they loved growing up in a more sustainable way. Ladies, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet
Boom.
you.
Want to show me around?
Please, come
Please,
on in.
lead away. Erica and Sarah Kabursky are the co-owners of Orchard Grocer, an entirely vegan market inspired by classic delicatessens.
This is our healthy cashew cream cheese.
They want to make the vegan lifestyle easier for all. Right after college, they opened their first business, a shoe store called Moo Shoes.
We opened our vegan shoe store 20 years ago.
How are they? They're comfortable?
About 5 years ago, we decided that we were going to update it by adding our vegan grocer, basically because it seemed like that's what our customers want. After asking us what our shoes were made of, probably where should I go eat was the second most common question. So we decided to create an experience where they could just go eat next door.
Growing up in Queens, the sisters' Jewish culture and food were closely linked. They had 10 Jewish delis in their neighborhood alone.
Probably every Sunday, it's a tradition in our family, dozen bagels at the bagel store. A dozen always meant 15. I don't know why that was, but with the cream cheese and lox, and that was just how we spent our Sundays.
Both sisters became vegan as teenagers, but felt they lost a piece of their roots by giving up certain foods.
I think our parents were supportive of our changes to the vegan lifestyle. We grew up in a very culturally Jewish household, so all of our traditions were just based around food.
Today, a lot of folks are going vegan for a variety of reasons, from reported health benefits to concerns over animal welfare. For the sisters, it's also a matter of global importance.
We're watching climate change happen right now, and I think that's causing a lot of people to think twice about what they're eating and how they are contributing. So it makes sense to us that it is becoming so mainstream.
In 2017, Sarah and Erica saw not just an opportunity to satisfy a growing market, but to pay homage to their Jewish roots.
We wanted to have a good sandwich selection that really epitomizes like New York deli food. So obviously a bagel and lox was going to be there.
Orchard Grocer sells a variety of vegan sandwiches, including Reubens and tuna melts. But the sisters are most passionate about serving up a sense of nostalgia.
People are so worried about giving things up. So I think just creating those alternatives and just something that people are familiar with and gives them that feeling of home.
Yeah, like we haven't had to give up our Sunday tradition of bagels and lox.
To help make their unique deli a reality, the sisters hired vegan chef Nora Vargas. Nora shares a passion for plant-based foods. She also knows how to turn carrots into salty lox. How did you come up? I mean, you have to think, okay, what can mimic a smoked salmon?
Yeah.
So how did you, was it look like you thought, well, the only orange vegetable out there
Exactly.
other than a sweet potato is carrot.
We know the texture that we need to go for. We know the flavor that we want to go for. So we started with the color and then we just kind of built it from there.
Okay, so let's get started. I'm really fascinated.
Okay, all right, I'm excited. So we have prepared, what do we have? Maybe 10 pounds of carrots here for you.
These are huge. These would have been huge carrots.
Seriously, yeah, like the size of my forearm.
But you have sliced them very thin on a mandolin?
Yes, yeah,
okay.
Exactly. All right, so we're all gloved up and we are going to, the next step in this process is to apply our rub to our carrots. So in here we have a mixture of sugar, salt, and the rest I can't tell you about.
Oh, it's a secret kind of thing.
Yeah.
So this would be kind of like the brine that you would use, the dry brine that you would use on fish.
Exactly.
Except it's going on vegetables.
Yeah. We got our inspiration for a lot of different components of this recipe from the way that you would actually prepare fish if we were preparing fish and not carrots.
Right.
Coat everything.
Interesting.
Oh no, don't smell it. Don't figure out the secret just by smelling it. Okay, now.
Because if I figure it out, she's gonna have to kill me.
So I'm just gonna start rubbing, just smushing everything in there. Once we get everything coated, we would let this sit for 3 to 6 hours probably. Okay, great. So I think we nailed it.
Okay.
In here.
Another secret ingredient?
Definitely.
Jeez,
yeah, but I can tell
a lot
you.
of secrets here at Orchard.
I'll tell you a little bit.
Okay.
Okay, so it's a combination of olive oil and aquafaba.
Aquafaba?
Yeah, are you familiar with that ingredient?
I don't know.
You know when you're opening up a can of beans
Right.
and you gotta drain them?
Yes.
The stuff that you drain out, that's aquafaba.
Aquafaba?
It's bean water.
It's bean juice.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm gonna pour,
Okay.
and then you can kind of do the same process
Okay,
that we
same
did before.
process.
Just squish it all in there, okay? Yeah, perfect. After we had let our carrots sit for 3 to 6 hours, we tossed them in the oven.
So they bake.
We like to call it cold smoking just to sound like classy.
Like the process of making smoked salmon.
Exactly, yeah.
That does look very much like smoked salmon. And what would a bagel and lox be without the cream cheese? This vegan spread is made with raw cashews, salt, some secret spices, and coconut oil, all blended together with soft tofu.
Should we make a bagel?
Sure, let's do it. Chive talking. Cheers. This is a really terrific idea.
Thank you.
Thank you for opening my eyes.
Oh, thank you so much.
I appreciate it. That was fantastic. Okay, a great way to finish things up. I mean, we've seen the history, we've gone to the past, we were in the present, and you have brought us the lox and bagels of the future! A bagel with cream cheese and smoked salmon is a uniquely American combination. Born from Jewish roots, transformed by local ingredients, and carried on by new generations, this breakfast tradition has truly stood the test of time when it comes to food in New York City. I love the city of Baltimore. I've been coming here for years, and if there's one thing I know, the city of Baltimore is serious about his crab.
I love Baltimore crabs.
This is the stomping ground of crabs.
And I've been eating crabs since the time I could sit up at a table.
It's a little spicy, salty, and savory all in one.
If I could describe the taste, you can't. You just have to try it. You just have to try it.
It's time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other. When you think Maryland, you gotta think blue crab, an essential part of the state's culture and cuisine. And no place knows how to cook it up quite like Baltimore. I mean, just as many ways as you can count, you can find ways to eat crab. Of course, there's your basic, your steamed crab with the beautiful spices, and you just start whacking that bad boy. You can get all that beautiful meat out. You can get canned crab if you'd like. Of course, there's also the fabulous crab mac and cheese with a hot dog. There's the crab dip, there's your crab soup, and of course, the king of crab, the crab cake. Yes, but this is a cake that needs no icing. Crab cakes have been enjoyed by many for centuries throughout the Chesapeake region. But here in Baltimore, they're a way of life. And one of the city's most popular go-tos is tucked away just inside the world-famous Lexington Market.
We're headed back to Houston today, and we wanted to have the best crab cake in town.
We're from Orlando, glad to be here.
People been coming to Fadeley's for years.
Yes.
Ever since I was little, and I'm 25.
People from all around the world come here to Baltimore just to grab a bite of the famous Fadeley's crab cake. It's made with fresh Maryland crab and family love. Everybody looks the same. How are you, my dear?
Hello.
Hello, hello.
So good to see you.
How are you, sir? You looking good?
You're looking great. Got something for you.
All right. There you go.
There you go. You need one of those.
Oh, yeah.
There you are.
Now I'm feeling really crabby. Pardon me, I've got to get a lawyer because there's a clause I have to have checked. I've known the folks at Fadeley's Seafood for years, but they've been serving up fresh crab cakes even longer.
Hi, I'm Nancy Fadeley Devine. I own Fadeley Seafood. It's been in my family now for, 4 generations, and the 5th is coming up, so we've been around a long time.
I think people are astonished to see my parents at 84 and 89 still working.
You can get another 5 cans and do a second batch if you need to with them.
People ask her for her autograph, they ask her for a picture, they ask her to hold their babies. You know, it's really fun.
I mean, here's this company that's been part of Baltimore for over 130 years.
Right.
What is it about your place that has people coming back?
Right. I think it's that people come in here and go right away. There's a warmth.
Uh-huh.
It's like walking to somebody's home. They're happy to have you.
Uh-huh.
You know, come and you feel, oh my gosh, I feel at home. And I get people, we were here 20 years, it's exactly the same.
In fact, Fadeley still stands in its original location, founded here by John W. Fadeley Sr. in 1886. Started off as a seafood stall, but over the generations grew into a Baltimore tradition, led by Bill and Nancy Devine, along with their daughter.
Damie Hahn, and I am the 4th generation of Fadeley's, so I do everything.
Give them a little bit of a
smorgasbord of everything. Going over here to fillet a fish, over here to shuck an oyster, over there to steam a crab, back here to fry, up here to make a crab cake, back down on the phone, running in the shipping department. A tray like that is about, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 bushels of crabs in order to get that tray. That's a lot of picking. And I don't think people realize how much work goes into getting an all jumbo lump.
Growing up, did you think you were going to end up here? You were going to be doing this?
No, but it was hard to get away from, and I couldn't see it going away. I couldn't see it ending with my parents. So
the pandemic hit.
Yes.
You really had to step up.
My father called me and I said, Dad, you guys cannot come in here. You know, we don't know anything about this virus and the effects, especially on the elderly. And I know you want to be here, but you can't. And he said, Damie, do whatever you do, whatever you can to make payroll. It just makes me cry when I think about it. He said, just make sure that we don't have to lay anybody off. I don't want to lay anybody off. I don't want anybody to lose their job. And we did it.
And I saw it back when I came here in the 90s, and I still see it today. This truly is a family.
Oh, it is a family. And it's funny because I often tell people, Mom and Dad don't treat the employees any differently than they treat me. And that's the God's honest truth.
Which could be a good or a bad.
That's the God's honest truth. And that's why you end up having so many multi-generation families staying here.
That's right. Fadeley's isn't just a family-owned business. It's run by family as well. Multiple generations of employees, father and daughter, father and son, mom and daughter, all building a home here.
I've been here since a junior in high school, so I've been doing the thing for a while.
I'm gonna say it's been around 33, 34 years.
And I started at the end of '79, a week before my son was born.
I started at 14 years old, and I'll be 42 years old in December.
It's always a challenge working with family. A lot of personalities, but you love each other and it always works, you know, it always works well.
What's really, really bad is when your kids are grandmothers.
Well, we were in the middle of an interview. Oh, you just broke in.
You have to start over?
Yes.
You were saying about the challenges of working with family?
Just a few of them, you know? Just a few.
While the family spirit makes customers feel at home, it's Fadeley's crab cakes that keep them coming back.
What kind of oil do you cook your crab cakes in?
Soybean.
Soybean, thank you.
So excited to have this crab cake. And I watch people for the first time put it in their mouth and they go, oh my God. And I go, and they're standing at a table in a market.
Yeah.
They're not sitting down to a white tablecloth and having somebody serve it on a silver platter. It's on a paper plate, but it belongs on a silver platter.
Nancy created her recipe in 1987, saying she's never changed it. So, besides yourself, how many other people know the Fadeley's crab cake recipe?
I sleep with her, she won't tell me.
He doesn't even know how to make a cup of coffee. Why would I tell him?
So some people use breadcrumbs. You use crushed up saltines.
Broken saltines, yes. And not fine, because you have to use more. So, and then this is the magic sauce.
This the secret sauce?
Yes.
So it's just enough to mix the ingredients together,
Right.
nothing more.
That's right.
And the big ball of crab right there.
That's it.
Boom. Oh, look at this. Oh, boy. Oh. It was just like I remember eating it 26 years ago.
You know what? I'm told that all the time when people come in here. The best part about this is you haven't changed a thing.
Now this is a legacy. Well, we know how the crabs end up, but how do they get them? Let's go find out. Coming up, the generations of black watermen who've made a living pulling in Maryland's most famous catch.
The Sunday Sit Down with Willie Geist podcast. It's the conversations you want to have with the people you'd love to meet.
Get your money's worth.
Unedited, unfiltered.
See ya!
Sit down with Willie and listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, new from Dateline, wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. I believe. Every dream, every journey, every triumph.
And it all starts here.
Let the celebration begin! The excitement is in the air. United States!
Is he superhuman?
Feel the magic every day.
She is a superstar. Kayla, we are cheering you on.
God White!
And share every moment with us at the Winter Olympics. Today is where the games begin.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
The Chesapeake Bay men and women who work these waters are probably just as famous as the legendary catch that they pull out. And in fact, it's back-breaking work that is passed on from generation to generation, including blackjacks. Those were the black watermen who worked these waters all the way back into the 1800s and are a vital part of this community. The Chesapeake Bay is home to a vast variety of seafood, but none as valuable or as well known as the blue crab. The catch here makes up over a third of the nation's supply, and on average, more than 50 million pounds of blue crabs are harvested from the bay.
I'm Captain Tyrone Meredith, charter boat captain, owner and operator of the Island Queen II.
Captain Meredith knows these waters well. He grew up on them.
I'm the fourth generation waterman, and my great-grandfather, he worked on the water, my grandfather, and my father. We've been here ever since the 1860s, making a living, working on the Chesapeake Bay.
This has been the way of life for generations of watermen here in Kent Narrows, a town just 50 miles south of Baltimore. For hundreds of years, they've caught, processed, and sold blue crabs to markets up and down the eastern shore. By the mid to late 1800s, Kent Narrows had also become one of many unlikely havens on the bay for free and enslaved African Americans.
There was more black watermen anywhere on the whole East Coast, probably in the United States.
Those watermen, also known as blackjacks, forged their path to liberation on the water. Their expertise essential to the booming seafood industry. So much so, the government granted some black watermen Seamen's Protection Certificates, providing sailors with American citizenship and a path to economic freedom.
Hey, Lois, I'm coming up on you now. Okay, I got you. Yeah? Howdy biting today?
This morning it did pretty good.
Well, being out here is your own boss. You do what you want to do and got nobody to tell you, go get me this or go get me that.
75-year-old Lewis Carter still finds that same sense of freedom on the water today. He's also one of the last generations of black watermen alive. Every morning before the sun rises, he sets out to catch crabs in the bay.
I started in 1961, I was about 15, and I've been at it ever since.
Right now, I'm going down the line, and when I get to the other end, I'll throw it off. Crabs will come up on that bait. The pressure from the water pushes them back in this dipper. Okay, these are the big, large males. You put them in one basket. That's a female with red claws. Put them in one basket.
He's one of the last Mohegans left. There's not too many people that still make a living from the water. Most of them moved away, got other jobs, and it's changing because it's harder to make a living from the bay.
Crabbing season runs from spring into late fall, but changes in climate, cost, and labor have made each successive year more challenging. As younger generations take up new trades, there are less people working the waters and ultimately fewer black watermen.
Back when I started, it was a plenty black watermen, but they died out and the younger ones never taken their place. In one way, it makes me feel bad, you know, and I don't think it'll be no chance no more black watermen. I really do believe that.
Captain Meredith estimates there are fewer than a dozen black watermen on the bay. Like many of his peers, he's had to turn to other work.
Back when I was crabbing teenager, I caught high as 50 bushel a day. Right now, crabbers catching 2 or 3 bushel a day. Now I started running charters, fishing charters, because crabbing started declining and the fishing was more lucrative money-wise.
And educational. His charters are an opportunity to keep stories of the blackjacks alive for generations ahead. Although tradition on these waters is changing, one thing remains the same.
Nothing tastes like the Chesapeake Bay Maryland crab. It's got that certain taste to them, and it's the only place like that in the world is the Chesapeake Bay blue crab.
Next, an up-and-coming Baltimore chef inspired by his family's love of cooking.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Sunday Sit Down with Willie Geist podcast. It's the conversations you want to have with the people you'd love to meet.
Get your money's worth.
Unedited, unfiltered.
See ya!
Sit down with Willie and listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
I believe every dream, every journey, every triumph.
And it all starts here.
Let the celebration begin!
The excitement is in the air.
United States!
Is he superhuman?
Feel the magic every day.
She is a superstar, Kayla. We are cheering you on.
And share every moment with us at the Winter Olympics. Today is where the games begin.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
I believe every dream, journey, and triumph.
And it all starts here.
United States, let's go! Feel the magic every day.
The excitement is in the air.
At the Winter Olympics, today is where the games begin.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, new from Dateline, wherever you get your podcasts. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Back in Baltimore, a new generation is putting a spin on the crab cake.
I'm Alex Perez. I'm the owner of Poppy Cuisine.
I'm an artist at heart, so cooking, the arts of culinary, that's something that I'm very passionate about. Not necessarily having a recipe to go off of, and just getting in the kitchen, freestyling, and coming up with a masterpiece.
It's that freestyling approach that brings people through these doors, clamoring for a taste.
Jumbo, crab, lobster.
Crab is king in Baltimore, so you're going to see crab cakes, crab cake fries, crab cake egg rolls. Everyone's been going crazy over it as well.
This is the bomb.
So I just come back for that, and I enjoy it every time I come here.
We actually live in D.C., so we rode all the way up here an hour just to come here.
Right now I'm drizzling our warhead and our aioli sauces on it. I have a family from the Dominican Republic. I'm Afro-Latino. I'm black on my mother's side. And pretty much has always had a love for food and cooking food, eating food. So learning how to cook from my dad. So my dad taught me how to cook at the age of 10. I grew up, watching my grandmother cook a lot as well. So I started pretty much combining the foods that I learned to cook from my grandmother with the foods I learned how to cook from my father. And that's kind of like how the whole Poppy cuisine, was born in her kitchen, essentially.
That was 8 years ago. While working a full-time job, Alex began building a new business on the side, catering food out of his grandma's kitchen. In February 2020, he was finally able to open a restaurant. Then, the pandemic hit.
Of course, a month later, we get the news that we had to shut down and only do takeout. So that just opened up the floodgates, essentially. And you had people standing in line, hundreds of people on the block in that mass, cars double parked up and down the streets. And it was mayhem.
During a global crisis, the city Alex was born and raised in rallied around him. Now, Poppy Cuisine is packed with locals and tourists alike. But the chef stays true to his roots, running it with close family and friends.
My little sister, Natasha.
Hi.
How's it going?
Natasha, my big bro, Alex.
I can employ family members, friends, and so forth, that people who I grew up with, people that I'm close to, and it's very rewarding,
Coming up, I'm going to grab my apron and join Alex and Grandma Gloria for a lesson in cooking crab.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The Sunday Sit Down with Willie Geist podcast. It's the conversations you want to have with the people you'd love to meet.
Get your money's worth.
Unedited, unfiltered.
See ya!
Sit down with Willie and listen wherever you get your podcasts.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, new from Dateline, wherever you get your podcasts. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey, how's it going? Nice to meet you.
I wanted to meet Alex and his grandma Gloria, the inspiration behind his cooking. So I dropped by their kitchen to say hello.
Well, I know I picked up from my grandmother, my mother-in-law, and just put my own spin on certain dishes. I didn't follow it to the recipe to the letter.
So you're able to ad-lib a little bit.
Yeah, but he's always asked me when I fix a dish, well, what did you put in this? How did you do this? And I would tell him, I said, you don't have to follow to the letter, put your own spin.
And Alex has done just that, turning the classic crab cake into an egg roll. Genius! The ingredients, simple. A pound of jumbo lump crab, panko breadcrumbs, aged cheddar cheese, egg roll wrappers, and a couple of sauces and microgreens to top it off.
There's the star of the show, the crab meat. Put on an apron. I've got rubber gloves on. All right, patient's ready. So how do we get started, Alex?
Yeah, so first what you want to do is say we have some Maryland jumbo lump crab here. So for the most part, it shouldn't have much shells in, but typically I like to sift through it. Just gotta see if there's any shells, and if so, you can put the shells right back in this container.
There you go. So Gloria, did you know you were helping raise a culinary genius?
Well, no, but I know he liked to eat.
This sauce in particular is our crab sauce mix. So we're gonna drizzle a little bit at a time, because I don't want to put too much, just enough to bind.
You got enough foul?
Yep, I think I'll have enough.
She stayed on me. I like this. I like this lady.
This is why I'm so particular about, when I'm doing things in the kitchen. Gonna start actually rolling these things up. Yes.
Why do you think this recipe is so popular at the restaurant, the most popular?
Well, I think because it pretty much gives you the ability to take a Baltimore favorite and make it handheld and on the go. It's throw in your hand
Kind of a street
eat.
food.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I think that's one of the biggest reasons it's very popular, other than the taste as well.
Right. Well, there's
yeah, because that's
you can take it with you, but if it doesn't taste good,
exactly.
Come back for it.
Yeah. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna take like a pinch of crab. It's around like a quarter cup or so. They're gonna sit in the middle.
Not too much?
Yeah, we want to take a little bit out, a little pinch out. Actually, we want to put a little bit more in. Yeah.
Which is it?
All right, so that's perfect right there. That's perfect. And we're gonna literally fold them up envelope style.
What is it about cooking and family that is so important?
Yeah, I think for me, living a busy life as a business owner and a dad, a husband, things like that, I feel like food is an opportunity for family to come together, talk about things, especially if you haven't seen each other in a long time. And it's a way for us to connect. So, here you go.
Is it true you've never done this before?
No, I haven't. It's true.
Oh. Could have fooled me that you never did this before. Look at that. Bam! Done!
Faster than I did.
Wow! Wow! It's a natural grandma thing. Love it. So now we're going to get the deep fryer up here and fry these bad boys up.
Oh, absolutely.
Woo! If you had to describe the heart of your cuisine, what is it, and how does Baltimore kind of is part of that?
Pretty much my story, and I think that connects very well to our Baltimore, because I grew up here, all my life, and I think everything that I faced during the time that I started this company up until now, I've been transparent about, and it resonated very well with the people in Baltimore, and they watched my journey through the years, and I feel like that's really the heart of what I do.
Make sure
and something crisp around the edges and things like that. So that's why I keep turning them, so it doesn't fry on one particular side too much. And just want to even fry.
Ooh. Nice and golden.
So you want to cut these diagonally. So I'm going to drizzle. This is our aioli sauce, house made, and this is our warhead sauce right here. So the sauce is kind of sweet, has a tangy bite to it.
Yeah, kind of like Gloria.
Yep, that's right.
Well, I guess there's only one thing left to do.
Yeah, and that's the piece.
Yes, yes. Crab cake egg roll.
Here we go.
Wow. Chef Alex, you have done Baltimore proud.
Thank you.
Our time here in Baltimore is coming to an end. We tried the traditional crab cake, tasted a modern spin with crab cake egg rolls, and even went straight to the source on the Chesapeake Bay. At the center of it all, one thing still ringing true: food tastes better when you eat it with family.
Hello, and thanks for joining us for Consumer Confidential. I'm Vicki Nguyen. Winter is officially here, and February, on average, is the snowiest month. For a lot of cities, this is the second coldest month of the year. For the next 25 minutes, we have your winter survival guide. If you've ever had to walk or drive in snow, you know winter presents unique challenges. Snow and ice can make getting around tricky and downright dangerous. So do you know how to maneuver in these slippery conditions? We head back to driver's ed for some potentially life-saving lessons. Winter sports can be fun, and with the right equipment and precautions, you can avoid a trip to the emergency room. And don't spend a fortune cranking up the heat. A look at the hacks and tips to keep costs down while staying warm. Plus, despite the cold temps, you can still find hot deals. But first, some tools and appliances you should have around the house for the winter months.
Freezing temperatures, snow and ice, all making for dangerous conditions during the winter.
What are the most common injuries when winter comes around?
I'm in the emergency room in Colorado, where we typically see a lot of winter injuries. And probably the biggest one are people slipping and falling on ice.
In 2019 alone, fall-related injuries sent more than 8 million Americans to the emergency room.
They'll hurt their backs, they'll hurt their heads, they'll hurt their shoulders.
To avoid slipping and falling, make sure you have shoes with traction. If you have to brave the snow and ice, walk like a penguin. Slightly point your feet out and bend your knees, extend your arms out to your sides for balance, and take short steps or shuffle. Every year, snow shoveling causes thousands of injuries and about 100 deaths, most caused by heart attacks.
Something as simple as shoveling snow can actually be fairly dangerous.
It's a very, very strenuous workout. So even though they're feeling the symptoms, they're feeling chest pain, they're feeling shortness of breath, they have this goal of a driveway they want to clear, so they keep moving forward.
Symptoms of a heart attack can include chest discomfort, shortness of breath, even nausea. Besides taking frequent breaks, push the snow instead of lifting it. If you must lift, only partially fill the shovel so it's lighter. And remember to use your legs, not your back. Also, consider using an ergonomic shovel like this one to avoid back injuries. Snowblowers can save you time and energy when clearing snow, but they can also cost you a trip to the hospital. On average, nearly 6,000 injuries result from snowblowers each year. According to the Consumer Product Safety Commission, most snowblower injuries happen when someone tries to clear snow from the discharge chute. First, stop the engine. Use a long stick, not your hands, to unclog the machine. Add fuel when the engine is cold, and do it in a well-ventilated area outdoors. Remember, never run your snowblower in a shed or a garage because of carbon monoxide dangers. Known as the silent killer, every year carbon monoxide poisoning kills hundreds and sickens thousands more. A majority of the deaths occurring between November and February, when many use portable generators for warmth.
Your home can contain other potential sources for carbon monoxide, including a fireplace if it's not well ventilated and working properly. That's why you want to make sure you have enough of these carbon monoxide detectors installed throughout your house.
If you plan to use a space heater in your home, don't get burned.
As the name suggests, give the heater some space. Keep it at least 3 feet away from anything flammable like this dog bed, and always plug it directly into the wall, never a power strip.
And if you do have to brave the elements, make sure you dress in layers, and don't forget about your 4-legged family members, especially if your dog has a short coat like Moose here. Get him a sweater or a parka, and don't forget the booties. It's a fetching and functional look. Booties protect your dog's paws from the cold, salt, and other irritants. But try telling that to Moose. Good boy, it takes a little getting used to, huh?
He kept the coat on, booties not so much. All right, joining us now with more on staying safe and healthy in this frigid weather, NBC News senior medical correspondent, Dr. John Torres, a favorite of our show. Hey, Dr. Torres, so good to see you. You're an ER doc in Colorado. You're no stranger to snowy weather. First, talk to us about what's the best way for us to dress in layers to stay warm without overheating.
Yeah, this is important because you want to make sure you stay warm, but if you get too warm, you can work with that as well. So you want to dress in 3 layers, basically. Number 1, the base layer underneath. You want something that's synthetic. It's a synthetic material that can wick away the moisture, and that way it doesn't build up and start freezing your body. The middle layer should provide some insulation. We're talking sweaters, sweatshirt, fleece. All those work really well for this type of thing. And then the outdoor layer is the one you want to block the wind and the rain. Now, all of these layers should be loose. That'll help trap in warm air layer, and they should be layers that you can take off and put back on depending on your body temperature, because you don't want to sweat in the middle of the winter. But also don't forget socks, gloves, and hat, extremely important, Vicki.
Yeah, walking my kids to school here in the Northeast, I know that when any part of your skin is exposed to the cold, it can be so painful. How do you know when it's serious, like if you have frostbite?
So one of the things you have to remember about frostbite is the areas that don't have much circulation are the ones that are going to be affected the most. And we have a little rhyme. It's fingers, nose, ears, and toes. Those are the ones that are going to get frostbitten first. So if you start getting pain, especially if it starts intensifying and you start getting that tingling pain, it starts getting worse, and especially if it starts going away, those are signs that you need to seek immediate medical attention. Now, if they're just tingling a little bit, you get back inside, you can put them in warm and not hot water. Think of the same water you give a baby a bath in, and that can bring the feeling back. But if that feeling gets super intense or suddenly goes away, you need to be checked, especially if you notice any blistering, Vicki.
Ooh, fingers, ears, nose, and toes. Got it. All right, what about hypothermia? What are the warning signs and symptoms for that?
So hypothermia is when your body core temperature starts dropping and your body does what it can to build up the heat. So it's going to start shivering, and that shivering is going to be light. We've all experienced that. But then it can start becoming uncontrollable. If that happens, you need to get inside. If you can't get inside, you need to wrap yourself with as many layers as possible, particularly get out of the wind. And if you're with somebody and they start getting confused, that's a medical emergency. You want to make sure they get treated as soon as possible.
And last quick question, Dr. John, things happen we don't expect, so what should we do to prepare for a winter weather emergency when we're out there?
So one of the things you want to prepare for is make sure you have a go bag, and that go bag has the things in it you need to survive over the next couple of days. You know, things like important documents, extra set of house keys, some cash in case you need cash, things you can eat and drink, water, non-perishable foods, have a flashlight, have a hand-cranked radio can definitely help. Take your medications, toiletries. If you have a cell phone, make sure you take your charger as well, and then a first aid kit, some extra blankets, warm clothing, hand warmers, those things that can help you survive for a couple of days, because you never know when that's going to happen. And I know that you think about this often, but if you have pets, they're going to need a go bag too, Vicki.
All right, 2 go bags. That was great advice. Always good to see you. Thank you, Dr. Torres.
You bet.
Our winter survival guide continues. We'll show you how to stay warm without breaking the bank. Plus, we're heading to driving school for a look at how to safely maneuver on slick, icy, and snowy roads. Also, we'll have your safety guide to winter fun, from sledding to skiing. Consumer Confidential is coming right back.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
I believe.
Every dream, journey, and triumph.
And it all starts here.
United States, let's go!
Feel the magic every day.
The excitement is in the air.
At the Winter Olympics, today is where the games begin.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Winter weather can cause dangerous driving conditions, from slick and icy roads to ending up stuck in a ditch or a snowbank. That happened to me once. But a little preparation and know-how can help you literally steer your way out of a snowy mess.
It's winter, and that can mean situations like this: cars slipping and sliding all over the road and drivers stranded. In January, thousands of motorists spent 24 hours stuck on a stretch of I-95 in Virginia.
Of course, the safest option is to stay off the roads when it's snowy and icy, but sometimes that's not possible. So I'm heading back to driver's ed to get a refresher on how to drive in the winter.
Aaliyah Borelli owns the AP Driving School in New Jersey and has 10 years of experience as a licensed instructor.
Aaliyah, what's the first thing we need to know before we hit the road in the winter?
So the first thing you want to do is know what kind of conditions you're driving into and winterize your car for those conditions.
That means clear off the snow and check to ensure your tires are roadworthy.
Use the penny trick. If you can see the top of Lincoln's head, that means your tread is worn and you may need new tires.
And there are a few must-have items to keep in your car.
You want to definitely have some kind of blanket in a pack that can stay dry.
Okay.
We also have some snacks and some water, a remote jump start that is a pack that can jump start your car if you need to jump and you don't need to have another car around.
She also recommends a head-mounted flashlight.
And this one I like because you can strap it onto your head in case you need to find, maybe if you drop your keys or if you need to change a tire.
And she says always keep your tank at least half full in case you get stranded and need heat. With our winter supplies ready, it's time to get a driving lesson.
When you are driving in icy conditions, what should you keep in mind?
So the first thing you want to do is you want to reduce your speed.
She says the speed limit is only for optimal conditions. In the winter, slow down and give yourself 150 feet to come to a full stop.
You're increasing your reaction time and you're increasing the car's reaction time to different terrain.
Borelli says the old rule of pumping your brakes no longer applies.
Most cars today have anti-lock brake systems. The computer chip in the car is pumping your brakes for you.
Let's say I hit an icy patch. What should I do? Should I hit the brakes?
So you don't want to hit the brakes. You don't want to change that momentum that car has already too quickly. You want to come off the accelerator and you want to regain control of the car.
Let's say the back of my car starts to skid to the left. What do I do?
What you want to do is first remain calm and come off of your accelerator. Then you want to adjust your steering wheel very gently to the left. You're turning your steering wheel in the direction that the back of the car is skidding.
She says by doing that, you're preventing the car from going into a spin. What if you do slide off the road and get stuck?
Let's say we've run into a snowbank. What's the first thing we need to think about?
So the first thing you want to do is make sure that you are visible. If you have some flares, now's the time to use them.
Okay, make sure you read the instructions for how to light the flare and place the first one about 8 paces away from your car. And the second one about 40 paces away. This is to give other cars enough distance to see you and react.
No flares? Borelli says don't use hazard lights, which blink. Instead, use your parking lights. Here's the symbol. They'll keep your lights solid, which indicates to drivers you've come to a stop. It sounds strange, but keeping kitty litter in the car could save you.
A little kitty litter right behind your tires might give you that extra traction that you need to get unstuck from your spot.
You can also use your car's floor mat. Some easy tips and tools to help you out of an icy jam.
Another tip, if it is foggy, avoid turning on your brights. The light will actually bounce off the fog and make it harder to see. Instead, slow down to increase your reaction time. Use your fog lights instead. Those beams actually point down and make it easier to see the road. As for tire chains or studded snow tires, experts say use those in mountainous or very snowy areas, but in most cases they're not necessary. Some states even ban them, except under extreme conditions because they can damage the roads. All right, well, don't let a day of fun end with a trip to the emergency room. Your safety checklist for winter sports, from skiing to ice skating to sledding. How to tell if you're pushing your body too hard. And later, money matters. The deals you can discover during the winter months. Consumer Confidential returns after this short break.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press. You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press. You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
The winter months can mean a flurry of seasonal activities, from hitting the slopes to grabbing the sleds, even lacing up your ice skates. While it's great to get your heart pumping and take advantage of the cold weather fun, make sure you brush up on the basics to avoid a trip to the emergency room.
From Olympic athletes to everyday thrill seekers, winter sports take many to new heights, but not without the risk of serious injury.
They're so enthralled by the sport that they forget about the injury risk.
Dr. Wimi Diogi is an orthopedic surgeon who serves as director of sports medicine at MedStar Washington Hospital Center in Washington, D.C.
Is this the busiest time of year for a doctor like yourself?
For ski-related, snowboard-related injuries, absolutely.
In 2020, skiing resulted in more than 23,000 visits to the ER. Snowboarding, another 19,000. That's why safety experts say when it comes to taking the right precautions, there are just some things you just shouldn't let slide, like making sure you have the proper gear.
What are some of the most common injuries?
There's a large number of concussions, lacerations, fractures. It's really important to wear a helmet when you're performing these sports.
Before hitting the slopes, Dr. Diogi says be honest about your skill level. Don't attempt a double black diamond if you've only experienced a bunny hill. And for those over age 40, he suggests scheduling a checkup with your doctor.
You're going to be doing activities that are going to test your aerobic and anaerobic fitness. You need to get an expert's consultation to make sure that you're healthy before you jump out there.
As ski and snowboard injuries reach their peak, keeping doctors busy, this time of year also has ski shops like this one in high demand.
One of the keys to staying safe on the slopes, selecting the right equipment.
The first hill to climb, dressing the part. Start by wearing several light and loose layers, followed by an outer layer that's wind and water resistant, like these snow bibs.
Focus on fit. Lisa Ski NYC store manager Charlie Marone says find an adjustable helmet.
Look for the knobs in the back. A lot of ski helmets, the newer ones, have knobs that you can tighten it.
Like a nice snug fit.
Right.
What's next?
Next, you want goggles. You want to make sure they fit your face right. You want to cover the sides as well.
Let's get to the skis now. What do we need to know?
You want to get the right size. Typically for beginners, we want to be under the chin because the shortest ski is easier to ski with. And then you want to look at the width here. Wider ski, easier to navigate as well.
How about the boots?
You want to get the right size, it's very important. You want to be a snug fit, you want to hug your foot.
Because boots mold to your feet, Marone recommends buying new rather than used.
When you do used boot, you don't know what foot's been in it. It wouldn't fit your foot correctly.
Once you have your boots properly fitted, make sure an expert has set your bindings according to your height, weight, and ability, so that the skis will release and prevent injury if you have a bad fall.
And because so many winter activities combine high speed and slick surfaces, you can't skate around the risk of falling. But you can learn a safer way to take a tumble. If you lose your balance while ice skating, try to land on your behind, or you'll have the best cushioning. And avoid putting your hands on the ice, especially at a crowded rink where another skater's blade could cut you. Sledding, a popular winter pastime for children, also sends thousands to the ER each year.
Do you recommend wearing a helmet when kids are tubing or sledding?
You can never go wrong wearing a helmet.
For added protection, kids should also avoid sledding head first and stick to hills free of obstacles with plenty of room at the bottom. Avoid those that end in a street or a body of water. A guide to help you and your family enjoy the ride this winter.
Looks fun, but before you take part in any winter sports, warm up cold muscles with light exercise or stretching. Stay hydrated and avoid overexerting yourself. Dr. Duogi says skiers tend to suffer knee injuries, while snowboarders often injure their internal organs like their kidneys, liver, and spleen. So take it easy and listen to your body. The doctor told us he can't even count the number of patients who got hurt on that one last run. All right, still to come, money matters, from the best deals available during the winter months to cutting your home heating costs. Much more when Consumer Confidential returns.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
I believe.
Every dream, every journey, every triumph.
And it all starts here.
Let the celebration begin! The excitement is in the air.
United States!
Is he superhuman?
Feel the magic every day.
She is a superstar. Kayla, we are cheering you on.
And share every moment with us at the Winter Olympics. Today is where the games begin. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
You might notice an increase in your home heating bill. The U.S. government has said the cost of heating your home could rise as much as 54% because of inflation. But there are some easy ways you can save money while still staying warm. Here with us is Amy Matthews. She's a general contractor and home improvement expert. Hey, Amy, what are some ways that we can cut down on our winter heating bills this season while still staying safe and cozy?
Yes, absolutely. Well, my goal for people is for number one, them to understand their house better. And number two, to increase their comfort while decreasing their cost. And there's a lot of really easy ways that you can go about that without doing anything new or purchasing anything. And first of all, turn down the thermostat. I know it sounds really, really simple, but the Department of Energy will say that they're going to assume you're going to bring your heating bill down by 1% for each degree you turn the temperature down. That ends up being a lot, because if you turn your temperature down from 7 to 10 degrees, either when you're sleeping or when you're away, that's an immediate savings on your energy bill by 10%. So that's awesome. Another thing that you want to do is you not want to heat rooms that you're not in. So let's say if it's a child's room during the day when they're not there, or a playroom, or an area that you're not using, close the vents to that space so you're not spending money on those kind of things. There's a lot of other areas that we lose heat, and that's going to be through windows and doors mostly. So take a look around your house and check for leaks. See if you can feel any drafts by any windows or doors, because there's easy fixes for those. And then, of course, the ceiling fans are something that people think of using during the summer, but during the winter, if you reverse them and turn them on clockwise, you're not getting a breeze, you're actually pulling the air, you're creating a convection. So you're pulling the air up and then pushing it back down the sides of the room. So that way you're taking that hot air that gets stuck at the top back down to where you feel it in the space, which is great. So there's so many more. Yeah.
Great tips. Those are all free, easy to do. You make a little air fryer out of your room with that ceiling fan. Amy, thank you. What about insulation? How do we figure out if our homes are properly insulated?
Well, you want to take a look up in your attic for sure to get started, because just like we put on a hat in the winter so we hold the heat in, anywhere that we're losing air upstairs in our attic, you're literally sending money through the roof. So if you've got an attic, take a peek up there, see if your insulation needs to be updated, fixed. If it's in, it squishes over time, and you want to be able to add insulation there so that you're not losing heat through the roof. And then also check your walls. If you're in a really old home, you may have shredded newspaper in your walls that is your insulation. And there are ways to fix and update that. It's not a quick and easy and cheap fix, but it is possible. And if you're doing a renovation, it's a really great time to consider where you're pulling walls down, where you're renovating, and if you can add extra insulation at that time, it's a good time to do it.
Oh, that's good to think about, and you can eyeball it in the attic at least. And then quickly, talk to us about the bottom line. If you do this heating audit of your house and then you implement some of these tips, how much do you think people can save?
Well, right off the bat, like I mentioned, turning down your thermostat is a big one. Getting a programmable thermostat, that's going to save you a ton of money as well. If you add all these little different hacks in, I'm aiming for people to get about a 25% savings on their heating bill. And it's totally doable. But you have to just walk through the house, possibly do an energy audit. Invest in one of those is a great way to understand your house better and know where you're having the leakage. So then you can pinpoint it, because every house is totally different. But if you can add up to 25% by, like cutting down on all these different things, you're going to see a big savings, and that money goes right back in your pocket.
Love it. Thank you. Very important, and to be deliberate about it. Amy Matthews, thank you. Good to have you.
Thanks so much.
Up next, where to find the deals during the winter months, a look at what to buy and how to find those discounts. Consumer Confidential, we'll be right back.
The Sunday Sit Down with Willie Geist podcast. It's the conversations you want to have with the people you'd love to meet.
Get your money's worth.
Unedited, unfiltered.
See ya!
Sit down with Willie and listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, new from Dateline, wherever you get your podcasts. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
It might be cold outside, but there are still plenty of hot deals to get your hands on during the winter season. Supply chain issues and inflation have continued to affect the prices of everything from household items to groceries. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, meats, poultry, fish, and eggs up 12.5%. Fruits and vegetables up 5%. Furniture and bedding jumped 13.8%. Women's dresses, jewelry, and watches costing you about 8% more. And if you've been to the store, you know it. Consumers having a much harder time finding deals in the marketplace. But luckily, we have shopping expert Trey Bodge with us today. She's going to break down everything you need to know about what to buy right now. Trey, so good to see you. Let's get right into it. After a really tough holiday season with shipping delays and price hikes, I think everyone was really ready for a clean slate in this new year, but it just feels like we can't catch a break. So what's your thought? How much longer are we going to see these high prices and supply chain issues?
It's so hard to say, Vicki, just because we are still seeing these supply chain issues. Some of them are sorting out, but some of them aren't, especially anything with a chip in it. We are seeing delays there, cars, electronics, things like that. I mean, the good news for consumers is that some of the merchandise is coming in, and it's almost too much merchandise at this point. So we might find unexpected sales, which I always like to see.
There's a degree of unpredictability. All right, well, this obviously hasn't been a standard year for those sales, but there are deals still out there. So what's your best advice for where shoppers can find those discounts, and what should people be looking to buy now if they need these items?
Sure. So winter apparel will be on clearance. So for instance, if your coat is old, you need a new one, or if your hat isn't warm enough, those are good things to look for. You should find clearance level deals there. And then there are certain periods in the month that I really like for saving. So for instance, we're going close to Valentine's Day. If you're looking for jewelry, we often see deals on jewelry or anything Valentine's Day themed. It's also good to wait until right after Valentine's Day and you get clearance level deals there. We have a Super Bowl coming up. The big game is a great time to invest in a new TV if you need that, or entertaining items like food, platters, glasses. And then we have President's Day. And you mentioned that big price increase on furniture and bedding. We should see some deals in that category. So that'll be exciting to see too.
Oh, well, that's a great rundown for us. What are things that we might want to wait to buy right now?
Sure. So I would wait on electronics because, again, we are seeing that chip shortage and they're not typically on sale in February anyway, aside from TVs. And so I would wait if you can until June for that category. I would also wait on spring apparel. You may see some teaser deals, but it's not going to be anything substantial until later in the season. And then I would say toys, too, because they were just on sale in December. So you're not going to find good deals there.
All right, kids, wait on the toys. When it comes to groceries, that's such a big part of all of our budgets, and it's not something that we can put off. Give us some simple strategies to use to stretch our money.
Right. So you may need to go back to menu planning if you've left it behind. Look at the circulars that are in your mailbox. Go to deal sites to see if there are deals. I am seeing a lot of deals, especially on delivery services for food. And so that's a good way to strategize and save maybe 15% off, 20% off. That's a good way to go with your menu planning. And then buy in bulk when it makes sense, only on those items that you are sure that you will go through, especially if you have a bigger family.
Smart shopping expert Trey Bodge, always good to see you. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Vicki.
And that is our time for now. For all of us at NBC News, I'm Vicki Nguyen. Be sure to join me for another edition of Consumer Confidential right here on Today All Day. In the meantime, stay warm and safe.
So most people probably know you as RCS.
Yeah, RCS is a lot easier to say. Yeah, definitely.
Is that also like is that a cool nickname to have?
Yeah, I got the nickname. I was like my second or third year on the U.S. ski team. One of my coaches, obviously Ryan Cochran-siegle, is a mouthful, so he came up with RCS and then tied in like remote control skier from it. So that was kind of his play with it, and then that ended up sticking, I guess.
So do people literally just say to you like, hey, RCS?
Yeah, like I'll be walking down the street and if someone recognizes me, they'll say RCS. And I'm still like, when I'm home in Vermont, I'm more of Ryan, and then like when I'm on the road, RCS, so it's funny when it blends together.
It's a pretty good nickname though, right?
Yeah, I like it. It's so easy, kind of, sometimes they'll sign RCS too.
So you've got one Olympics under your belt. Does that make 2022 easier, harder? What does it do?
I think looking at 2018 and now, definitely in a different place in my career. So I think having the pressure taken off in the sense that I've already gone to the Olympics, I understand the event, like what's at stake. That's the relief. I think now knowing I'm in a better place to kind of ski how I want to ski and do how I want to do. There's more pressure in that sense, but I'm definitely just trying to take it one day at a time, take my time, and enjoy the process and see how everything turns out.
What for you? What's the goal?
I think like two sides. I mean, you can quantify it with like winning a medal or winning the Olympics. I'm definitely more sided toward just focusing on my skiing, and I want to go out there and perform my best, perform to the level that I know I can, and that's my kind of inner goal, I would say.
If you do that, then do you think?
Yeah, if I do that, I believe that I can medal, or I even believe like my top ability is good enough to win the Olympics, but a lot has to come together for that to happen.
How would you describe this last season for you?
It was a roller coaster ride, I would say. It was a lot of fun and came to an abrupt stop a little quicker than I would have hoped. But I think just where I was able to achieve the skiing and where I was able to put my mind on race day, I thought was really what I need to do in order to be successful.
You were on a hot streak, and then January 2021, what happened?
I was definitely riding a lot of confidence with my skiing, and being in Kitzbühel, it's notorious downhill. I mean, it's really, everything's thrown at you there. So trying to just execute my game plan. And I was going there trying to win, trying to do everything that I could. And it just, in the run, kind of 3/4 of the way down, I was pretty close to the finish. I think fatigue set in a little bit and just got a little behind it. And entering the traverse of Kitzbühel, which is this crazy fall away, and just was a little behind my skis, and ended up skis kind of hooked up, and I was going one direction, the course was going the other, and I ended up just kind of T-boning my way into the net. So abrupt end to a really good start to my season.
And it was a pretty bad injury, right?
I think, yes, it was a severe injury, but it wasn't. I was able to, in a sense, walk away from it. And the timeline of it was fairly quick. I had surgery beginning of February and was skiing again in May. So in my eyes, I think it was a pretty easy injury. It's just one of those things that you're walking such a fine line with how severe it could be. It was obviously a fracture in my neck, and whenever you're dealing with your vertebrae and your cervical spine, you want to be very careful with that whole area. So it was a big learning experience, kind of understanding the limits of just who I am and what I can be, and trying to learn from that too. So
was it disappointing? I mean, obviously it was disappointing, but I mean, just how did you respond to that? You're on this hot streak and then something like that happens.
It's kind of like before this whole year, I mean, I've been through injuries before with my knee. And so I've kind of gone, part of my process is when I'm in the start gate, I don't obviously want to get injured, but I also, before I go, I always have the acceptance of like, okay, like in order to ski to my ability, you have to accept that injury is part of the risk. And being able to do that every single day, like I think in a way makes it, when it does go wrong, and I mean, through this injury, like in a way I've already accepted that that could happen. And when it does, then you can kind of just move on from there. That being said, I would like to be healthy and stay healthy.
That's a mindset, isn't it? I mean, it's almost like a fearless mindset you have to have, right?
I think so. I think it's like similar to life in general. Like you don't know what's going to happen, but you have to put yourself out there in order to give yourself that shot. And I think, yeah, trying to play around with just what type of risk you're comfortable with, and trying to be smart in the situations that you need to be smart in, and then kind of let it kind of go in the other ones, you know?
And that's still going to be your attitude moving forward?
Yeah, I'm trying to be very conscious of what I'm doing on the hill every single day. If there's something that's popping up that seems like maybe it needs to be addressed, then trying to go and address those types of issues, whether it's my skiing or equipment or whatever. But yeah, I want to go out of the start gate feeling close to limitless. I know that there are limits, but understanding that line and not trying to cross that line, but definitely get close to it.
It's a balancing act, right?
Yeah.
Like life. It's described as a minor neck break. That sounds major to me, but how are you feeling right now?
I feel great. I just finished a 5.5 week camp in Europe. I was skiing full speed. And it's funny, I never think about my neck when I'm out on the hill or skiing. It's only when people are asking how I'm doing. So in a way, that's nice, you know? Like I feel fully healthy. Functionally, I feel 100%. And I think I have to give credit to my surgeon and obviously the team behind me that have helped me get back to where I want to be. There's still a lot of progress to be made, but I feel like I'm in a good place.
After that injury, is there a moment where you think, oh gosh, maybe this is it, maybe I won't ski again?
I think brief moments, I would say. When I was like gathering myself out of immediately after crashing through the net, I was trying to like figure out what was going on. I had this weird sensation in my arm that I wasn't really sure about, and I think there's always that like uncertainty if you don't really know what's going on, that you could be like, oh, maybe that was it. Prior to going under for my surgery itself, I think they say there's like a 1% chance that you could not be walking out of the room. So those are the moments that it's like, oh, this could be scary. But then once I got through surgery, like the surgeon, he felt really good about how everything went, and I think just the way that I healed, it gave me a lot of confidence that I would be back.
Let's go way back in time. How old were you when you started skiing?
I've been told I was 2 years old. I was not old enough to remember it, but that's what my mom says, about 2 years old.
As you say, you don't remember it, right?
No, which makes it so easy, like not having to, easy in the sense that I've always known how to ski, to me, but then hard if I'm trying to teach someone else to ski.
That's interesting. I never thought of that.
Yeah.
So the beginning steps of skiing are something you don't even remember.
Right, exactly. It's just been ingrained in me from the beginning, almost.
It's like walking.
Yeah.
So as far back as you can remember, you've been skiing.
Mm-hmm.
As far back as you can remember, did you love it?
I think so. Like, it's hard trying to figure out the earliest moments or memories that I have on snow, but I would say they would have been here, like just ripping around, trying to keep up with my older cousins. That's kind of that's how I grew up. And I think there's always a love for learning and getting better, and I think there's just a love for the feeling of skiing too. And having those things, they seem like they've always been connected to when I go out.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The Sunday Sit Down with Willie Geist podcast. It's the conversations you want to have with the people you'd love to meet.
Get your money's worth.
Unedited, unfiltered.
See ya!
Sit down with Willie and listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
I believe.
Every dream, journey, and triumph.
And it all starts here.
United States, let's go!
Feel the magic every day.
The excitement is in the air.
At the Winter Olympics, today is where the games begin.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
So for those who don't know your story, why is it you've been skiing from such a young age?
I have to give credit to, one, my mom, but also my grandfather, who had the great idea to build a ski area for his kids and then obviously grandkids and the community in general. So my grandfather, Mickey Cochran, built first the rope tow and then eventually expanded to what we have now with T-bar, rope tow, and Mighty Might.
That's what this is, right?
Yes, exactly. Yeah, that's what we're so fortunate to be a part of.
This is where you grew up, right?
Yeah, more or less. Obviously, I grew up in Starksboro, but we're in Richmond now, so it's like a 20-minute drive. But from, I would say, mid-December through beginning of April, spent pretty much every day here skiing and just having a lot of fun. You know, once I was old enough to ski on my own, then I would just go out and kind of explore and figure it out.
Your mom, pretty good skier, right?
Yeah, she was okay, from what I've heard. So my mom was the 1972 Winter Olympic slalom champion back in Sapporo, Japan. So that's kind of the biggest achievement in our family. But I think between her two sisters and brother, and then also my other cousins too, we have a lot of other accolades as well.
It's a pretty powerful family legacy, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. I think in terms of ski racing, it's a small world, but yeah, there's definitely a lot to be kind of just feel good about, to be proud of, but I think it's too, like, outside of ski racing, we're just, I don't know, no normal, like, weird, funky Vermont family too.
What makes you weird and funky?
Well, we're all like different types of quirky, I'd say. Just our personalities, and I can't explain exactly what it is. Like, I think we're all independent, but we all enjoy each other's company too, and try to be good people in general.
How much do you guys support each other and just help each other skiing and beyond?
I would say skiing a good amount. Like, I know I talked with my Uncle Bob about the downhills he would compete in, and there's the same downhills that I compete in today, and like talking about different sections of those downhills. And then my older cousin Jimmy too, he's 10 years older than me, and he had a lot of experience with Salmon GS too on the World Cup. So kind of understanding what he went through in his process, and to learn how I can be a better skier as well from him. So, and then in general life, like, I mean, I was just up at Jimmy's house helping him build his house. So there's a lot of just kind of that camaraderie and give and take.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
I believe. Every dream, every journey, every triumph.
And it all starts here.
Let the celebration begin!
The excitement is in the air.
United States wins
Is he superhuman?
Feel the magic every day.
She is a superstar.
Kayla, we are cheering you on.
John White!
And share every moment with us at the Winter Olympics. Today is where the games begin.
Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, new from Dateline, wherever you get your podcasts.
You see all these bibs, they have some meaning, don't they?
Yeah, each one definitely has its own story, but it's kind of cool. It's a blend between both my mom and her siblings' World Cup racing careers, and then some of my cousins and myself as well. So I can see like some bibs that I raced with, and then some bibs that my mom would have raced with, or my Uncle Bob, or Aunt Marilyn, Aunt Lindy. So it's a lot of history, a lot of stories.
To get on the wall here, did these bibs, did you have to win big, or did you just?
I think the only rule to being on the wall is that you got to take the bib after the race. When you're a little kid, you always have to give it back, but once you start getting to high level, then you get to keep your bibs, which is kind of a cool moment.
When you see all of this and just think about everything your family has done, what goes through your mind?
I don't know. I think, in a way, I think it's like timeless. You know, like skiing has been passed down, starting with my grandfather down to my mom and aunts and uncles, and then on to us, and even further to the generation below us. So I think there's changes in the sport, but at the same time, it's kind of like, I think the core and the heart of the sport of skiing is a constant, and that's what I see.
The family success, does it make you feel pressure, or is it the opposite of that? Does it sort of help you?
I think I've always felt helped by it. People are familiar with the Cochran name, and I think that's it's a cool way to connect with people that remember my Uncle Bob racing Kitzbühel, or my mom winning the Olympics, and then also with our generation, us kind of bringing our own stories to that. And plus, I think just our family environment and the culture that we have is very positive. It's just about going out and doing something you love. And I think a lot of us have been fortunate that what we love is ski racing and just going and skiing.
Take a look at Ryan Cochran-Siegle of the United States. Comes from that great skiing family where his mother, the 1972 Olympic slalom gold medalist Barbara Ann Cochran, she taught Ryan how to ski at the family's mountain area in Richmond, Vermont, the Cochran ski area it's called. So big legacy here for Ryan Cochran-Siegle to follow.
To be a part of that legacy, what does that mean to you?
I think it's special in the way it feels like contributing to something that's so much more than me, and that does unload the pressure in a way. Just not every accomplishment in our family is on one individual. You know, it's a collective, and every one of us has been able to bring something to the table.
Have you thought of the fact that your mom got her gold medal 50 years before these Olympics?
Is that what it is? No, I had not. I remember, so I was racing in World Juniors in 2012, and so it was 40 years from her, and that kind of registered. I did not think about the 50 years until now, so now I know. Now it's on my mind.
Now what do you think when you think of that?
I think it's cool. I mean, that Olympic gold medal is so much a part of who my mom is and what she was able to accomplish. And I think it'll be tricky having that connection to also make this experience my own. Obviously, like I love celebrating my mom, but I think it comes to a point where you have to be your own self too. So I don't know, there's positives and negatives, and just got to go with the flow.
I mean, gold medals 50 years apart, that's a pretty good story.
Yeah, that
isn't
would be
it?
a good story for sure, yeah. I have a hard time when it's like, obviously in the future you can't control, you don't know what's gonna happen. I think the potential of that happening is incredibly special, and it's cool to dream about. But I also recognize like the work that it takes to get there still has to be done, you know, and that's what I need to focus on right now.
For all the family talk and everything like that, it seems like, I mean, your mom wrote you a note in Korea, right? That what was the main message that she was giving you?
It was really just about the Olympics it's not just about winning medals, it's about the experience, from going to opening ceremonies to competing in your event and trying to just appreciate every moment and do your best, and that's what's so important. In the note, I remember she talked about how she was just as proud as getting 11th in the GS as she was winning the slalom, and I thought that was cool. Just, you know, medals are such a highlight, but there's other accomplishments that you can be proud of too. And the cool thing about Korea was I also got 11th in the GS, so we kind of share that as well.
To hear that from your mom, that must mean a lot, right?
Yeah, for sure. And she's been so supportive of my career, and everything really in life for me. So I'm fortunate that I was able to grow up with her being my mom and having kind of that positive mentality.
I believe. Every dream, journey, and triumph.
And it all starts here.
United States wins gold!
Feel the magic every day.
The excitement is in the air.
At the Winter Olympics, today is where the games begin.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
You're also a college student, right?
Yeah, part-time at best college student. Yeah.
What are you studying?
Working toward mechanical engineering.
So easy stuff.
It's actually, I think it's easier in the sense that I take 1 or 2 classes at a time. Very different from having to be fully enrolled and go through that struggle bus. But I've enjoyed it so far. Yeah.
Is what you're doing in college right now preparing you for something you see yourself doing post skiing, or what?
No, I have no idea what I want to do after I'm done skiing. I should probably get a handle on that of what I'm interested in. But I think mechanical, I think it just opens a lot of doors. And seeing, how my career goes and kind of where I'm at, I think there's a lot of opportunity with that. Both in the ski world and then outside of that as well. So I like the classes that I've been taking. I definitely have that scientific kind of mathematical mind, and it's a good challenge too.
And that applies to skiing, right?
Yeah, completely. I remember when I was taking physics, this was a few years ago now, but just how much it relates to skiing. Like, skiing is a gravity sport, and the forces that kind of you're provided, most of it's just through gravity. Obviously the friction on the snow and aerodynamics too, but maximizing kind of that maintaining the conservation of energy throughout a full run. Maintaining your momentum, using that to propel you down the hill is how I think about it completely.
So basically, when you're skiing, it's like you're doing homework.
A lot more fun than homework, though. But like trying to maximize forces, maximize energy going down the hill. That's how I think about it, and trying to keep it simple too. That's like with math and physics. I think the root of those types of things it's a very simple type of, I think, information available, and so just trying to keep things simple.
So when we talk about family, in addition to skiing, whatever, there's a family business, right?
Yeah.
What's that?
Slopeside syrup. Back in the day when my grandparents got this land, I think it's 500 or so acres. We were lucky that there's a lot of maple trees on it. So back in 2010, 4 of my cousins got together and they wanted to build a maple syrup business. And so that's where Slopeside Syrup came about. And I was too young to be involved in like the forming of the company, but old enough that I'm a good good helping hand. So I've been involved when I can and when the timing's right with my schedule and with theirs. So it's a cool process to be a part of.
What does that involve doing?
It depends on the time of year. Most of the time it's kind of being up in the woods, helping with the lines that help funnel the syrup or the sap down to the sugar house. Kind of end of February, beginning of March is when the boiling season happens. So in that time, if I'm around, then helping boil the sap down to syrup, and then not really the bottling side, but just putting the syrup into these big 40-gallon barrels and then setting those aside. I think the most fun part is at the end of the season when I'm done skiing, kind of like to unwind, we go up into the sugar bush, and that's when we pull all the taps out of the trees. So it's a cool kind of resetting process. And we're out hiking through the woods and kind of getting a good sense of our family land as well.
So your family skis and makes maple syrup. You're basically like Vermont Central Casting, right?
Yeah, I would say so. I think we're a celebrated family, I think, in Vermont. But yeah, we're fortunate with our hobbies.
You like them, so.
Yeah, completely, yeah.
All right, we'll imagine we're about 100 days out from the Olympics here. I mean, just for being 100 days out from the Olympics, what goes through your mind from just a competition standpoint?
I think it's still just day by day, doing everything I can each day to give myself the best opportunity for when the time comes. I think, seeing the schedule of how things will fit together, but also, I mean, what's most important is today and being here, being present with that. So it's an exciting time, but I think taking it slowly as it comes.
The pandemic is still very much an issue. There's going to be restrictions in China. How do you feel about that?
I think it's just we have to learn to adapt. Competing all of last year and going into this year too, I think there are a lot of changes that felt very foreign at that time, and I think because we've been through them, then everything that will be thrown our way is something we know we can adapt to. So I think that's the rules that are put in place, obviously the protocols, all of that, following that to our best ability, and then if it means that we can still be pursuing our dreams and kind of being able to do what we love, then that's what's most important. And remembering that that's the point, and not getting caught up with all the difficulties.
If you don't have family there because of restrictions, how do you feel about that?
I feel okay. I always think if I'm kind of separated with my racing life and my family normal life, I think it's easier to focus on the skiing. Obviously, I want family and friends to be able to take part and experience that with me, but I think there's kind of added drawbacks to that too. But I one way or another, I think I look forward to that time and however it might occur.
As long as you get to compete.
Yeah, completely.
Whatever it takes.
Yeah.
For your sport, help folks understand. So if there are smaller crowds, fewer people there cheering you on, does that have an impact for you?
I don't think so. I think as ski racing kind of, it depends on where we are. In Europe, it's a really big sport. In North America, not so much. I think in Lake Louise, we usually compete in front of a couple hundred people. So we're used to different environments. And plus, when you're skiing and in the course, it's not like you feed off people down at the bottom. Yeah. So I don't know, but you want people to see our sport firsthand, because I think that's where it's kind of felt the strongest, you know? Live sports, when you're there in person, you see it differently, and you feel it, I think, in your heart differently too. So the more people we can have there, I think the better. But again, it's out of our control.
Friends in Today All Day Land. We're out here on our Olympic Plaza, freezing, and celebrating Day 7 of the Winter Games on this Wednesday. You're at home, you're cozy, you're bundled up, you're in your PJs or maybe your sweatpants. You're watching our digital show today.
Oh, sip that hot chocolate. By the way, we love watching the competition almost as much as we love having you join us. There's been a lot of drama, a lot of excitement happening at the games, and here's what you should know.
Well, it was another emotional day on the slopes for Michaela Schifrin. She failed to finish in her second straight event there. So the question is she going to ski again in Beijing? Lindsey Vonn was along, talked to us about where Michaela might go from here.
And then meet the woman who won the first gold medal for Team USA at these games. Her name, Lindsey Jacobellis. You're going to be amazed by her comeback story, 16 years in the making.
Plus, it's one of the greatest rivalries in all of sports. The U.S. Women's Hockey Team and Team Canada. We're going to talk about all of it with Brianna Decker, who is competing in her third Olympics for Team USA.
And have you ever thought about what it's really like to be the parent of an Olympian? Well, you're going to love our story about how some amazing parents help their kids achieve their dreams. So let's get started. It's time for a special edition of Today in 30.
In a moment, we're going to talk to skiing legend and Schifrin's former teammate, Lindsey Vonn. But first, let's go to Craig, who's straight off hosting NBC's primetime Olympic coverage. It's an all-nighter for him, and you've got to look at the highlights. Hi, Craig. Morning.
Hey, Savannah Hoda. Good morning to both of you guys. You could really hear, even feel the devastation in Michaela Schifrin's voice after that second straight event, this time the slalom, ending in disappointment. But as for another longtime member of Team USA, her long wait for gold finally over.
End of all those errors.
The first gold medal for the U.S. on the board in thrilling fashion.
Coming down to the finish. Can Lindsey Jacobellis hold on to it? She does it!
Lindsey Jacobellis striking gold for the first time in her storied career, competing in her fifth Olympics. The 36-year-old's wait finally over. After a costly error at the 2006 Winter Games when she was in the lead but fell after a celebratory move.
Oh! Jacobellis goes down!
Jacobellis now realizing her dream, winning snowboard cross.
As soon as I got out ahead, then I felt even more confident.
Overnight, more heartbreak on the slopes. Superstar skier Michaela Schifrin knocked out of her signature event. The slalom.
You have got to be kidding me.
It's the second straight early elimination for the American, seconds after leaving the starting gate. Just days ago,
down she goes!
A stunning fall knocked Schifrin out of the giant slalom.
Stay with it.
But with her family and friends watching back home in Colorado, Schifrin was trying to turn the page.
That is just almost shocking.
The three-time Olympic medalist sitting on the snow for more than 20 minutes. Her team trying to comfort her.
Makes me second guess, like, the last 15 years, everything I thought I knew about my own skiing and slalom and racing mentality.
On the halfpipe, two U.S. stars making their highly anticipated Beijing debuts just days after snapping a pic together during practice. Shaun White and Chloe Kim dropping in to try and defend their gold medals.
Here we go.
White, who plans to retire following these games, needing a solid second run to qualify for the final. And the three-time gold medalist delivering.
You got to fight for it if you want to get into finals, and I did.
Earlier, Kim showing why her star shines so bright.
Chloe Kim is the gold standard.
Putting down an impressive performance and clinching the top qualifying score in style.
the Chloe show rolls on.
Needing to fly in his final big air run, American skier Colby Stevenson doing just that.
Colby Stevenson, switch double cork.
6 years after a life-threatening car accident left him with a broken neck, fractured skull in 30 places, and a traumatic brain injury, Stevenson snagging silver in his Olympic debut.
Let's go.
And just days after the U.S. won silver in the team figure skating competition, the medal ceremony for that event postponed amid an ongoing legal issue that could impact some of the medalists, according to the IOC. The Russian Olympic Committee, the U.S., and Japan were the top 3 finishers.
We'll be doing our level utmost to make sure it is resolved as quickly as possible.
So the International Olympic Committee, the IOC, called it an emerging situation and did say that athletes are involved. We're expecting more updates on that situation a little bit later today. And of course, it all comes ahead of another big night of figure skating with Nathan Chen going for gold. Guys?
We turn now to the stunning struggles for Team USA star Mikaela Shiffrin, the world's most dominant skier, failing to finish her second straight Olympic event. We're going to talk about that with Lindsey Vonn. But first, NBC's Stephanie Goss joins us. And Steph, I mean, no one saw this coming.
Oh, I know, Savannah. It was tough to watch. You know, Mikaela Shiffrin sat there in the snow with her head on her knees for 20 minutes while other racers passed her by on the course. You know, only she can know for sure if the pressure and the build-up to these games contributed to these 2 consecutive disqualifications. But many people this morning are wondering if it may have. There are 3 alpine events left. Shiffrin can ski again if she still wants to.
2 days after the unthinkable happened, it hpped again to Mikaela Shiffrin, one of the world's most dominant skiers.
No! You have got to be kidding me.
After making it through just 5 gates in the giant slalom Sunday night, Mikaela Shiffrin skied out just 5 seconds into her slalom run Tuesday.
It's unimaginable.
The image of the #1 ranked slalom skier in the world and heavy gold medal favorite sitting stunned on the snow, being consoled, was hard to watch.
I mean, I had every intention to go full gas. Today I went out on the 5th gate. So yeah, makes me second guess like the last 15 years, everything I thought I knew about my own skiing and slalom and racing mentality.
Her pain felt across an ocean as her stunned family watched from Colorado.
Stay with it. No.
But as the face of U.S. skiing, the pressure she's under is immense. And Shiffrin has faced personal hardship since her last Olympics, including grief over the death of her father, which she talked about this fall on Today.
I wondered if it was really worth it. The most fundamental thing of an athlete is that you have to care about your sport and you have to care about doing well at your sport. And I just didn't.
Before she was even off the mountain Tuesday, support was pouring in from those who know what she's going through. Gymnastics superstar Simone Biles sending heart emojis her way. Shiffrin's boyfriend, a skier for Norway, writing, "Most of you probably look at it saying she has lost it, which makes me frustrated." He says the pressure on athletes is enormous and they need support as well. Shiffrin has already done it all. The 26-year-old is a 6-time world champion and a 3-time Olympic medalist with 2 gold and 1 silver. And she still has 3 races left in these Olympics.
I mean, there's so much to look forward to. It's just that I feel terrible that I didn't put the pieces together.
Even after that disastrous run, she still went to the finals and she watched her rival Petra Vlhova win a gold medal, the first for Slovakia in the sport. The next race for the Alpine women will be the Super G. That'll be in prime time on Thursday night. Savannah, back to you.
All right. Well, Michaela is a class act.
Yeah,
And joining us now is NBC Olympics correspondent, gold medalist Lindsey Vonn. Lindsey, gosh, we did not think we'd be having this conversation 24 hours ago. Just, I mean, what do you make of it? What did you think when that happened?
I mean, it's so shocking because she's so consistent. I mean, that's really been one of the cornerstones of her athletic career, has been how consistent she's been. And I just don't think anyone saw it coming. But, you know, I think one thing to keep in mind is that ski racing is everything happens so fast.
Yeah.
You know, there's no room for error. And I think she was trying to articulate in the finish area, comparing it to tennis. You know, in tennis and other sports, you have time to make mistakes and come back. And ski racing, you know, it can be over in a few seconds. So that's a normal part of ski racing. Unfortunately, it's not normal for her. So she just, you know, really needs to find a way to hopefully put that behind her and move forward. And she has 3 more chances to win medals in these games.
Well, she was talking about how it made her rethink her 15 years in the sport. I thought that was such a profound statement. This wasn't about a whoops. She seems to be reflecting on her entire career in this moment.
I mean, I think what she was trying to articulate there is she's always been confident in her skiing. She's always had a game plan and executed it, and it's always worked out in her favor. And so, you know, she had that same game plan. She felt like she was pushing the limits and executing, and it didn't work out. And so, because she's been so consistent, she's not used to not finishing with that great game plan. So she just has to readjust, you know, compose herself, take a couple days to, you know, really figure out what she wants to do, take a deep breath. And you know, this is all a part of athletics, part of the Olympics, and I have no doubt that she's going to regroup and come back.
I mean, it's just so hard because what she's talking about is a loss of confidence. Not only did she say, like, everything I thought I knew about my own skiing, but also what she thought she knew about how to reset.
Yeah.
She's like, obviously my reset didn't work, and then you just have to feel for her. I mean, do you think there's a chance she just says, I'm done with the Olympics? She kind of hinted like, okay, there are other skiers who are just as fast. I mean, she seems really torn in this moment.
I mean, I definitely think there's a lot of emotions, and she's obviously really upset, as she should be. But, you know, if I were her, I wouldn't make any rash decisions. You know, I think she just needs to take a minute and really think and take a deep breath and be around her mother and, you know, her boyfriend and her teammates, and just feel the support of everyone and not, you know, not think the worst. You know, she just has to keep things in perspective. Try, if she can, to regroup and look forward to the next races. I honestly have no idea what her decision will be, if she will continue to race or not. But she has the ability to win in the remaining 3 events. So I really hope to see her. I'm always cheering for her. And, you know, again, this is just really heartbreaking to see, but she's so talented, has had such a storied career, and this does not define her career in any way.
It doesn't. And I was just thinking about that because obviously there's a parallel with what happened with Simone in the Summer Olympics. And I think Simone later said, like, she thought the whole world must be thinking how terrible she was. And it was the opposite.
It was the exact
Everybody
opposite.
was rooting for her, saying, like, you can do it. And I wish we could somehow get that message to Michaela, like, you know, you don't have anything to prove.
No, you don't.
Just keep going and do your best. And you've already proven everything you've
Well, I'm really happy that her boyfriend put that message out there, and I'm so glad that he's there supporting her, because it really is about keeping things in perspective. You know, there's so much pressure put on these athletes. It's so hard to perform, and you know, one mistake, you know, it happens.
It does.
And everyone's human.
All right.
Lindsey,
All right.
thank
Thank you, Linz, for that perspective.
Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, new from Dateline, wherever you get your podcasts.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
I believe every dream, every journey, every triumph.
And it all starts here.
Let the celebration begin!
The excitement is in the air.
United States,
Is he superhuman?
Feel the magic every day.
She is a superstar.
Kayla, we are cheering you on.
And share every moment with us at the Winter Olympics. Today is where the games begin.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd cast.
free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, new from Dateline, wherever you get your podcasts.
And we are back with one of the greatest rivalries in all of sports, and it's on full display at the Winter Olympics. The U.S. women's hockey team and, of course, Team Canada.
Their intense clashes have been going strong for more than 2 decades, including this week's battle in the preliminary round. And while Canada took this one, the Americans are the defending gold medal winners.
Don't worry, Brianna. We believe Brianna Decker, she was on that team. Now at her 3rd Olympic Games, she joins us this morning. Brianna, we want to talk about the rivalry with Canada in just a second. But first, we want to see how you're doing. We know you had that injury when y'all were playing Finland. It took you out of the games. How are you?
Yeah, I'm holding in there. I think obviously having my teammates around and being able to stick around the village and support them as they continue in the tournament, it's helped me get through the last week or so.
You know, you had the choice. You could have gone home. You decided to stay there and root for your team. What does that mean to you, and what does it mean to them?
I mean, this journey's so long with this team, especially the last 4 months. And so they've supported me so much, and I'm just having to support them now, and it's from the sidelines. But there's no other place I'd rather be than at the Olympic Games and supporting my teammates. And I hopefully can help them win gold in some other way now.
Let's talk about the rivalry with Canada. Come on. I mean, so we had a little stumble against them last time. How are you feeling about our chances going forward?
I think we're in good hands right now. I think it was a good stepping stone going into the quarterfinals. Obviously, we wanted to come out on top this last game, but I think, just got to tweak a couple little different things, and hopefully that we can figure those out going forward. But I'm confident with the team right now.
Well, if history matters, we're in a good spot because this happened in Pyeongchang as well.
Yeah.
Yep. What's the team's attitude?
Yeah, that was a plan.
Yeah. We'll repeat, Brianna. What's the team's plan? Like, where are they at? How are they feeling about everything?
Yeah, we're in a good spot. I think, we're going to focus on ourselves and take one game at a time. Obviously, we're headed to the quarterfinals, and so you can't look too far ahead. And that's the biggest thing, I think, as leaders on the team. We remind the young girls about that every single day, taking one game at a time. And so just playing our game, focusing on ourselves, and we'll be in good hands, I think.
So, Brianna, America versus Canada, I mean, this has become a storied rivalry. Yes. What is it about you two teams that makes this such an epic matchup?
I think both teams have a lot of skill. We're both very quick, very strong, and I think we're honestly just so passionate about playing for our countries, and that's the beauty of the rivalry, I think. So every time we're out there, we're playing for more than just our team, more than just our families. We're playing for our country, and that's what's special about it.
Brianna, what's the vibe?
Yeah.
Because this is like a decades-long rivalry. Are you guys actually friendly off the ice, or are you guys like giving each other the stink eye and like putting shaving cream in their locker room and stuff like that?
Well, right now, because we're at the biggest and most important tournament of every 4 years, I think right now we don't really say hi to them too often. But obviously women's hockey, we're trying to grow the game, and we try to do that together from an off-ice standpoint when we can. But right now we're all business, I would say.
Well, we remember the gold medal round at Pyeongchang. We were screaming then, and we're going to be screaming now. We wish you all the best, Brianna.
Thanks, Brianna.
Psych them out.
Come on.
Do it.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
I believe. Every dream, journey, and triumph.
And it all starts here.
United States wins gold.
Feel the magic every day.
The excitement is in the air.
At the Winter Olympics, today is where the games begin.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Now to another Lindsay, who just secured her place in Olympic history. Last night, it was snowboarder Lindsay Jacob Ellis who won Team USA's very first gold medal of these games. And it was a sweet moment of redemption for one of the best to ever step onto a snowboard. And Lindsay Jacob Ellis joining us live this morning. Lindsay, good morning to you. Congratulations, gold medal winner. Just a few hours ago, I think that, let's make sure we've got our audio up, guys.
Yes, she's got you. It's
just
a little bit of a delay.
Ago, Lindsay, you were on that podium collecting that gold medal. And yours is a remarkable story. We love it so much. 36 years old, your fifth Olympics. How does it feel to have that hardware around your neck?
This has been a pretty incredible journey, and it has not been without its struggles. I've definitely had my ups and downs, and I'm just so happy that I was able to come through with a gold and have everything just work for me today.
Well, I know your family and friends wish they could be celebrating with you right now. Tell me, who's the first person you talked to? Who was that? Who got that first phone call?
I just actually got off the phone or FaceTime with my brother. I've been kind of ushered from media event to media event, and doping control and press and medal ceremonies. I haven't really had even time to fully get undressed and relaxed, or just barely got a little food. So right as I was having some quick little dinner right before getting on and talking with you guys, I was able to talk with my brother for a few minutes.
And Lindsay, I understand you just came back from the medal ceremony. You've got that hardware now. How does that feel, and where are you going to keep this one?
I think I'm going to let this stay at my parents' house for a little bit. They've been pretty instrumental in supporting my entire journey from the very start, so I think this also belongs with the 2006 silver medal as well, because it definitely was pretty instrumental as getting me to this moment as well.
Oh, that's terrific. Well, congratulations.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Lindsay, thank you so much. Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you, Lindsay.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts. You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Sunday Sit Down with Willie Geist podcast. It's the conversations you want to have with the people you'd love to meet.
Get your money's worth.
Unedited, unfiltered.
See ya.
Sit down with Willie and listen wherever you get your podcasts.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Okay, there are athletes and then there are Olympians, but the years of training, the sacrifice, the hard work would not be possible without a ton of support.
So we wanted to find out what it is like to be the parent of someone competing at the Winter Games, how they've helped their kids achieve their dreams.
Can she get on the podium? Whoa, going super fast.
She's attacking.
Jalen Koff of the United States with the silver.
We have your family here. They can hear you and you can talk to them, Jalen. Hi.
It's the kind of pride only a parent can feel.
Oh my God, I love you guys so much.
No one becomes an Olympian alone, and the key to the athlete's success usually starts with their family.
I'm going to the Olympics. Shut up!
Sharon and Paul Hoffman are the newest members of the Olympic Parent Club. Daughter Anna, a ski jumper, was one of the last athletes named to Team USA.
They just approved me. Oh my God! I know. Oh my God! That is absolutely freaking crazy!
Anna shared the moment on TikTok. So far, the video has more than 1.7 million views.
As a parent, it was just so unbelievable to hear that news. You need a lot of support from your family and friends to encourage you when it's tough. Sometimes things haven't come easily. Mainly, we just try to listen to her and encourage her.
Like many of her teammates, Anna's journey to the games began early.
I would have her stand next to me on the ski jump. She would watch the kids go off the jump, and then finally she just got mad and she just stomped her foot and she's, my turn now!
At a really young age, she was already flying off these pretty high jumps, so we started traveling around the Midwest at different competitions.
Oftentimes, as a parent of a kid at this level, people are like, oh, where is she? And you'll be like, don't really know. Someplace in Europe right now, could be Slovenia.
Anna competed in Beijing over the weekend, and despite being over 6,000 miles away, she made sure her parents knew she was thinking of them.
We got some photos from her on the official photo shoot over in Beijing. And one of them is she's putting up her mittens and doing a W. That's kind of our little silent greeting back and forth to say, hey, I see you, Mom and Dad. Thanks, family, for supporting me.
For 19-year-old Dusty Henriksen, snowboarding was a family affair. Now he's the youngest male snowboarder on the U.S. team.
We put him on a snowboard when he was about 18 months, probably. At 3 years old, he was racing motorcycles and bicycles, and 5 years old, skateboard contests. And my wife, Jenny, and I, we both competed in snowboarding events. For 20 years, we'd been doing that. Luckily, his mom loves to snowboard more than anybody that we know. She took him every day, no matter what, rain or shine.
Among the sacrifices the family made was moving from Big Bear to Mammoth Lakes, California, so that Dusty could train.
It was pretty much most of the year dedication to snowboarding, doing all the smaller contests that you do.
I'm pretty much household and transportation, and she's travel agent, gear,
food,
every single day.
Yeah, every single day.
Except a couple of days off. And they usually ride on their days off too, so it's 24/7. Sometimes there's a certain camp, you know that kid's supposed to be there, but you just don't have the money to send them. And that's when it gets kind of stressful. That's when you start calling grandmas and grandpas and local businesses and all your supporters, and then hopefully your supporters help you. And they usually did.
Both Dusty and Anna's parents agree that a love of the sport can't be forced.
You can't achieve things at this level unless it's from the heart and from your core.
Dusty has been so passionate about every single thing he does in his life. I don't feel like we've ever pushed Dusty. He has always been so driven on his own. So we've been able just to sit back and support him. I was on the mountain today and they had made 1 million signs for Dusty and t-shirts with Dusty on it. So this whole community is going to come together.
Going to the Olympics is, a dream that she's had since she's been very young.
We just can't say how happy we were for her to have her dream come true.
Oh, how awesome is that? Go Dusty, go Anna. And by the way, you can catch Dusty compete in the men's big air qualifying round next Monday, February 14th. And tune in tonight for our primetime Olympic coverage right here on NBC and Peacock.
Honey, that is some delicious coffee. Is that what it is? Don't forget, you can watch the games all day on the networks of NBC and in primetime tonight on NBC and on Peacock. Make sure you come back tomorrow. We've got another great edition of Today's Nerdy. Bye. Bye.
mean, you've been the face of snowboarding for almost 20 years.
Yeah.
And you're going to walk away from it.
Mm-hmm.
And you're okay with it. You've made peace with it.
Yeah, I'm so good with it.
Wow. And there it is, 46.8, the highest score we have seen all day.
Snowboarder Shaun White grabbing gold in the men's halfpipe, shredding the competition, and flying high into the history books. It's his record third medal in the event, and coincidentally, the 100th overall Winter Olympic gold for Team USA. Here you are on the verge of your 5th Olympics. Is it still as special as it was when you were making your debut in Torino?
You know, I can't say it's as special, it's just got its own qualities to it, you know? Nothing compares to the first time, but you know, I haven't really said this too much, so it's gonna feel weird coming out of my mouth, but this is, I think, my last run. So it's got a whole different special meaning, I think, this one. I'm really enjoying every little piece of it. I mean, the ups and downs, the traveling, the camaraderie with my team and, you know, the other athletes, and there's just this kind of glow to it, you know, so I'm really savoring every moment.
No matter what, this is it.
I think so, yeah.
Why?
You know, it's hard to talk about, you know, because my whole life I've kind of, you know, been looked at as somewhat, you know, superhuman because I do these things, and a lot of people have always come up to me and just like, I don't know how he does it, and I prided myself on being that, you know, individual, and man, realizing and admitting to myself and everyone else, you know, yeah, I'm human. It's taken a toll. There's wear and tear. I mean, like, you know, I finally realized what the older competitors were talking about. And they're like, wait till you're 30, wait till you're 30. I'm 35 now. And I'm like, I wake up and I'm like, going to my coach, like, God, my ankle, you know, my ankle hurts. He's like, what happened? I'm like, nothing. Nothing. I woke up. Just like, oh, you know, or my back. I was doing something so silly, like in the gym. No weights, nothing. I was just jumping up on this box. I just landed and my back just kind of went like, I'm like, okay. And I'm thinking like, give it a couple hours, I'll be good. You know, 3 days later, it's like, oh, maybe a week, like 2 weeks. I'm sitting there like, oh my goodness. Like, you know, just that recovery time and that ability to bounce back is just, you know, unfortunately, it's just not what it was. And I don't know, I've always kind of assumed that I would get a sign, you know, whether it was my body or whether it was, you know, my motivation wasn't there, or the tricks just got so heavy I wasn't ready. I couldn't handle it anymore. I couldn't deal. But I think it's now like a little mix of it all. You know, I don't know. I think the motivation's definitely still there, but the body, you know, the decline in the abilities with the sport still rising. It's just an inevitable sort of situation to be in, and being honest with myself and just putting it out there. You know, I want to be. I mean, I'm a competitor. I'm going to give it everything I have. I know what I want to do. I want to end it in a certain way. You know, obviously having 3 gold medals is just incredible for me and my career and the legacy I want to leave behind. And I feel like this last Olympics especially was just the icing on the cake. I mean, that one was even a stretch. I was feeling the wear and tear, and you know, came down to that last run. I'm the last guy to go. I had to do a run I had never done before in competition in order to win it, and I just nailed it.
Are we gonna see the back-to-back 1440s? Yes, we are. Back-to-back 1440s there for Shaun White. The skyhook, the frontside 540, now into the double make twist, the tomahawk, and he gets that around. Shaun White now with a frontside double cork 1260, and he puts it down, and Shaun White with an incredible run there.
Looking back, I mean, I'm so proud of that moment, and so now I feel like I'm in this kind of bonus situation, and so yeah, I'm taking it day by day, but this will be it. I'm kind of excited about it though.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
I believe. Every dream, journey, and triumph.
And it all starts here.
United States, let's go! Feel the magic every day.
The excitement is in the air.
At the Winter Olympics, today is where the games begin.
I've been kind of describing it to friends of mine, and I laugh when I think about it, because you got this huge event coming my way, 5th Olympics, so much pressure I'm putting on myself, what I want to do, to have a great appearance, a great showing. But then some part of me kind of like laughs and smiles. It's like when you know that high school is ending and you're like, well, I actually don't ever have to go to school again if I don't want to. Obviously, there's college and whatnot, but say you're graduating college, you're like, wow, well, like, no more homework, no more, showing up to class on time. For me, it's a wild concept. This has been such a long and amazing journey in my life, but to be reaching this point of like, wow, I won't have to like worry if today's the day I'm gonna get like a terrible crash, or like be stressed that I'm gonna not put down the run when it has to happen, or and I think it's a really bizarre but exciting feeling, and something I'm looking forward to, and then I get to come up and watch everybody else stress out, so it sounds good, but I just don't know what it'll be like until I can see the doors cracked open, but I haven't fully walked through it yet, obviously. So.
And you've been the face of snowboarding for almost 20 years.
Yeah.
And you're going to walk away from it.
Mm-hmm.
And you're okay with it. You've made peace with it.
Yeah, I'm so good with it,
You seem like you are. How did you get here?
I'll tell you. So I think there was a couple things in this path to feeling the way I am now, but one of them for sure was like talking to Tony Hawk. He's always been, an amazing guy, and somebody that's been through it all. And I remember talking to him, and he was like, man, I retired at 32, and he's like, I wish I would have done it sooner. He's like, look at my career. He's like, I've done more now than my entire competitive career. He's like, I'm still Tony Hawk. I still do the stuff. I skate every day. I have fun. I'm just not worried about like getting points and getting scores and titles and things. It's like a different way to look at it. And I think that's what's so amazing about our sports, is that there is, a sort of life beyond competing. There's filming video parts. There's all sorts of different things that you can do and be so productive in the sport when you're not competing. So that was like really cool to talk to him and kind of get a glimpse of what that life's like. And to hear him say he would have done it even sooner was kind of a trip to me, because I thought 32 was pretty young, So
35 is pretty young.
Yeah, and so that's what's awesome too, is I feel, maybe not as I don't think it bounced back as fast as when I was 19, obviously, but I feel great. And I think, gosh, to feel solid about my physical well-being and still continue on. I know.
It's...
But I really didn't think I'd feel this way.
Yeah, I was going to say, you really seem to be at peace with all of it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Good for you.
Yeah, thank you.
Not nervous, not worried.
There's some concerns, obviously, like, I've been at certain events before. I have a event series that I put on. It's called Air and Style, and I remember handing out an award to the winner. I don't compete at my own event, and I remember handing this award to this young snowboarder, and like this deep-rooted part of me was like, I want this trophy. I didn't want to give it to him. So I know there's some sort of, competitive void that will need to be filled.
Yeah.
But I'm excited about it. I think it's time, and I'm definitely, I've kind of made peace with it all. And so now that's why everything's super fun and enjoyable, and I'm kind of like, making the rounds with all the riders, and
Yeah.
yeah.
You got a farewell tour.
Yeah, totally.
So I'm just excited to see what he's got here on the money booter. 1, 2, and 3. Oh! He threw it out, Kieran. He is not holding back.
This triple cork, once deemed too dangerous for competition, and now it seems like to win in Beijing, you may have to pull it off.
Yeah. So the triple cork, started, it's kind of my fault, I think. I tried it back in 2013. It didn't end well.
Does he realize he's in trouble? You see the helmet explode off his head. It was strapped on tightly. That is a block of ice that basically he took to the face.
I think I came through the flip, and I just, I felt like I was too far inside the wall, like I just didn't pull off enough, and I'm thinking these thoughts, after 2 flips, so I kind of open up and I clip the top and fall to the bottom, and it was a pretty epic crash. I bounced back, it took me a minute, but I got back to it, and then the sport kind of took this other turn. We'd only done double flip 1080s at this point, and another rider had invented the double flip 1440. So the numbers I'm throwing out are just degrees of rotation. Okay. So 180 is half of a circle, 360 full circle, 540, 720, 900, 1080. So just while doing a double flip. So it's a lot of twisting and flipping, but he managed to pull it off. And I remember seeing it online, and I don't know how I figured. I just like studied it all night and then did it the next day. I went up and just like pulled up his video and then landed it. And that was before Sochi. And that's kind of how far in advance that trick was, the triple cork. And so now it's kind of come back full swing, and there's, I think, 3 or 4, Japanese snowboarders that have attempted it and landed it. And so it's definitely become something that, we'll have to have going to Beijing.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
I believe every dream, every journey, every triumph.
And it all starts here.
Let the celebration begin! The excitement is in the air.
United States!
Is he superhuman?
Feel the magic every day.
She is a superstar, Kayla. We are cheering you on.
And share every moment with us at the Winter Olympics. Today is where the games begin.
Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, new from Dateline, wherever you get your podcasts.
I believe every dream, every journey, every triumph.
And it all starts here.
Let the celebration begin! The excitement is in the air. United States!
Is he superhuman?
Feel the magic every day.
She is a superstar, Kayla. We are cheering you on.
And share every moment with us at the Winter Olympics. Today is where the games begin.
Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, new from Dateline, wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
How has the training changed since your debut almost 20 years ago? How do you train differently? Or do you?
No, it's totally different. I mean, I used to just go. I mean, whether it was windy or whatever. I mean, I would just kind of like figure out where I needed to be at what point in the year, and I would just get there, little steps every day to get to that point. And I think as time went on, I realized that I needed more. I think just like companionship. I needed people around. Because it would just be like me out in the wilderness, a couple cameramen and my coach, and we would just get to it. Not even a coach actually at that point. It was just like, okay, where's the half pipe? Like I know what to do. And most of the cameramen were like, they're all my friends, the ex-snowboarders or whatever. And so you had people around you, which was fun, but no other riders. It was just me and the half pipe. And as time went on, I think Sochi was that benchmark where I realized that like, I'd been drawing from the same pool of motivation, and that had just kind of run dry. And I couldn't get to that place I needed to anymore without, changing a lot of things in my life. Which was really, it was a difficult time. I mean, social media had just exploded, and there's a difference between like hearing about a friend's birthday you missed or a family outing or something. It's a difference, big difference between seeing it on this giant revolving, window of everybody's lives, and it was Cinco de Mayo. Oh, it was they're all in Cancun.
I'm missing everything.
Oh my God, yeah, and at a time where I really wanted to, be in those places and enjoy those things with my friends and family and people. So that was just like a tough time. So there was like a longing to, do something different after that many years of competing, doing the kind of same thing. And I remember being at the Olympics in Russia, and I'm standing there at the half pipe. I'm the last person to go. There's one more run. And for some reason in my gut, I was just like, I'm gonna lose. I'm gonna blow this. I don't know why. I was sitting there, I could feel it.
Yeah, Sean. Yeah, baby. Hell yeah. One run for it all. Sean starting his run off huge. He wants it. Will this be the 1440? Oh! Pulling it off. Slight mistake. Yuri Podlachikov looking on in anticipation. Wow, this is going to be a difficult one to score.
Yeah, I was like watching this movie that you couldn't really change the outcome until it was over and the fog was lifted, and I'm like, wow, did this really just happen? Like, what's my life like now? All these things. And so the journey to that next Olympics wasn't so much of a physical one, but like a mental and emotional one. I had to kind of like, okay, like I'd never been to an Olympics and lost before. These constant reminders of it everywhere. But there was this amazing silver lining to it all where, people were like, oh, you're the champ. I'm like, what? Oh, we're still counting the times before? I thought it was all erased. So it was this kind of wonderful place to find myself. And from there, I took these, amazing steps to just kind of like generally be happier. It was tough, honestly, because I didn't really know where to start. And none of it had to do with snowboarding. It was like, okay, well, my brother and I worked together for years designing products, doing all these things. He had gone through kind of a tough time in his personal life, and I was in my 20s going crazy, and we just kind of parted ways, and we had never really addressed the issues. We were still, cool with one another, but we never really talked about it. So it's like, oh, we should go talk. And gosh, I should go to that Cinco de Mayo event. Oh, and I should go to this. And like, so I started doing all the things that, you know, I felt like I'd missed out on or I wanted to do, and took a little time away. And then I started piecing these things together. Like, okay, well, if I was going to go to the Olympics again, I feel like, you know, the previous coach and I had, we had a great relationship, but it just something didn't meet up at that last Olympics. So I found a new coach, this guy, JJ Thomas, amazing guy, super high energy, motivated, super fun to be around, you know, just great. Not that the other one wasn't, I just needed something new. It was like a new businessman, a new publicist. Like, where am I living? Am I happy with my home? You know, you travel so much, you check in, you're like, gosh, is the pool even working? Like, I'm working so hard for all these things and I don't enjoy them. So anyways, that was like these little steps of like, well, what can I change in my life to just be overall happier? And I remember working out was a big one. And I laugh about that because when I tell people that I started working out in 2014, they're like, really? I thought I didn't need to before. I didn't really, you know, I'd been winning. So it's like, well.
So you weren't working out?
No, like, I mean, I was claiming it pretty, if you go look at the old interviews, I was claiming it pretty hard, but
it's
no.
All a lie. It's all a lie.
No, I mean, I would occasionally like hit the bike or do some things, but I mean, I was competing an entire winter season as a professional snowboarder and then kicking into gear as a professional skateboarder all summer. So I didn't really need it. I was so physically fit. But when I actually applied myself and started working out, it was, toward the end of like 2014. And I just remember thinking like, every time I leave the gym, I feel better about myself, about my day, like I accomplished something. And I was like, I just want to feel that way. And then obviously you get the benefits of working out consistently. But those were just these like steps that I was taking toward this overall kind of, you know, feeling better about just my life in general. And then once I got back on the snowboard, I was just like a happier guy. And I was like, oh, I'm just getting back to what I know. And then it just took off from there. But it was all fine and dandy until I got to New Zealand and had this like horrific crash. So, you know, that whole journey I was on was like really put to the test.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, new from Dateline, wherever you get your podcasts.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, new from Dateline, wherever you get your podcasts.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
And to the favorite, the 19-year-old Shaun White from Carlsbad, California.
Are you as fearless when you're out there at 35 as you were at 19?
I think that I'd have to say no, just because I'm older and I think now. I can actually process the like, oh, I've been through this bad accident, so if this goes wrong, I do know the outcome, you know? Right. And you start to like, you know, you take things into account, like, oh, I didn't sleep as much last night. Oh, should I really be doing this? Or, you know, am I still jet lagged? Am I this? You know, and you get good reasons to procrastinate. So it's definitely tough, but I will say I still have that ability to pull the trigger when I need to. I go, okay, today's the day, let's go. I mean, if you go check out some posts I just put on my Instagram from Switzerland, I was there that day. The time is now. I got to do this trick, and I just flew in the air, clipped the top, flew to the bottom, hit my back. The crash it's a kind of necessary evil of, progressing. You're gonna take falls. You're gonna mess up. You have to adjust and be ready. And so I will say I have the abilities to still go for it when I need to. But I think I just needed more rest days after the crash. Yeah, more ice.
Not to the crash, but just as you get older, just needing more rest in general.
Yeah, of course.
In Tokyo, as you know, Simone Biles started a very powerful conversation about mental health and athletes and the games themselves.
Mm-hmm.
As that was unfolding and you were watching and listening, what did you think?
That was wild. I was actually lucky enough to be in Tokyo at the time, doing some, behind the scenes TV stuff. And I was taken back by what she did, just because it's such a rarity that we kind of come out and say how we're feeling. There's such a rarity to it. And I think her opening up really kind of paves the way for other people to explain how they're feeling. Whether or not they need to pull out of the event or not, is up to them. But just to be like, hey, I'm really feeling this pressure. It's always seen as weakness. As an athlete, you're supposed to be just you're strong, you're never wavering, you're, the clutch performer when it's all on the line, you have to be that way. And I kind of admitted when we first started talking, I'm human. It's hard to admit that sometimes. So I was, proud of her for taking that stand, and especially the fact that you can go out there and potentially get hurt. I was in a very similar situation at the Russia Olympics. I'd made the team for the slopestyle event, which is a series of jumps, unlike the half pipe. I'd earned my spot. I'd taken crazy, crashes and all these things to get to that place, earn that spot, and I got to the Olympics and remember standing there going, this course is just terrifying. I'm watching people crash left and right, getting knocked out, don't even remember flying there, all these things, and I just went, this isn't worth it. And I pulled out of that event, and I got a lot of backlash from, fellow, competitors and people, and, just the online chatter about my decision, and it was tough. You have to be very strong-willed to deal with that. And I was just so excited to see that people embraced her rather than kind of pushing her aside as somebody that was undeserving of being there or had failed us in somehow, which is completely wrong. It was incredible. So,
what is Shaun White's expectation for Beijing?
I've kind of just told myself that I'm going to give it everything, and I'm just going to let it happen as it will. I don't know. I'm just going to let the kind of chips fall. I don't know. I mean, obviously, I'd love to sit here and be like, I'm going to win it, and this is going to, and I'm going to be standing there, and maybe not. I've kind of prepared myself for each outcome, and that's, I think, kind of why I'm so happy about everything, is I've prepared myself where I'm like, gosh, if I could win again, I mean, oh my goodness, what a amazing accomplishment, even to podium.
It sounds like you've changed your expectations over the years.
Yes and no. I mean, obviously, like I mentioned, I'm competitive, so I'm going to give it everything I have. But I guess I've been on both sides of the coin. I've been to the Olympics and won. It was incredible. Obviously, it changed my life. And I've been and lost before. Fell short of the podium, and life went on, and it was amazing. And and so now, kind of going in. Well, and then I went back and I won again. So I've kind of realized this sort of blissfulness of it all. Is like I can go there and I can, have an amazing time and either succeed in my endeavors and get that gold again and get what I'm trust me, I want it. I wouldn't be here if that wasn't the case. But being able to stand proud and pass the torch to the next generation would be amazing as well. So I'm kind of ready for it all.
been surfing a lot. We'll see if it all pays off.
Good morning. Striking gold.
Can Lindsay Jacobellis hold on to it? She does it!
Overnight snowboarder Lindsay Jacobellis wins the first gold medal for Team USA. Her remarkable moment of redemption, 16 years in the making, after one of the most notorious mistakes in Olympic history. She'll join us to tell us all about her big win. Heartbreak. Michaela Schifrin fails to finish in her second straight event, an Olympic stunner.
You have got to be kidding me.
Devastated and in disbelief, crouched in the snow just off the course for more than 20 minutes. What happened, and will she ski again in Beijing? We'll talk with Lindsey Vonn live. Clutch performance.
Nails it. Sean just needs to cruise this hit.
After an early wobble, Shaun White nails an all-or-nothing final run to lead 3 American men into the half-pipe final. And on the women's side, Chloe Kim dominates, grabbing the top spot.
And just look how big out of